Okay, here we go. Good morning, everybody. This is Valley FM, which, if you remember us from 2 years ago, is the school radio project by the English department in El Valle, Santinaro. It's a school in Madrid, Spain, and from here to the world, we'd like to say hello, we're back. Okay, so new things that we are introducing in this edition. If you will remember, there used to be a bunch of us, but the quarantine has said that it's gonna be me as a DJ, presenter, writer, everything from my house. And what I thought we could do differently this time is that I would like to show you what online teaching really is all about, because we've heard a lot about online teaching these days, and it's all a very sort of abstract thing, isn't it? I mean, we had no idea what it was going to be like, and we still 3 months later have no idea what it's like. For most of us is a daily routine that is hard to explain, really, for anyone who's not in teaching or education in general. So you might be recognizing Jorge at the vocals and the guitar, and Gabriel if your ear is really well honed and you're just a big fan from previous editions of Valley FM. This is what's sounding right now is Nothing Good, is the band that was forged here in El Valle, our school. We're very proud to say that they worked both in the radio and that they were both my students in English for a band who's from Spain to play and sing in English. I think it's amazing. Okay, for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Ruben, and I'm an English teacher at the school, El Valle. The way I see education, you learn more about the things that you like than about the things that you just have to do because you have to do them. I think many people will relate to that. So it was my idea to create this radio channel a couple years ago, and it's an activity that I absolutely love, as can be seen by me doing this yet again. This time I wanted to do it, but because of the quarantine situation, I'm gonna have to do it like this, online, basically. Now, this can be seen as a perfect chance, or I see it as the perfect chance to show the world how we did it, how we do it, how we still do it. So what we'll be doing is we'll be broadcasting our lessons live as they happen, to show the world, to show everybody who's interested, really. I say the world, but it's really a bunch of people probably. what type of activities we do in class, what type of assignments the kids have been doing for the last 2.5 months, and whether or not they liked it. Because with the quarantine, it was difficult for everyone on a personal level. I guess for the kids, you have to understand, with social life being so important for them at their age, it must have been even harder, I think. So, well, we will ask them as well. I hope they can tell us what it was like for them all this time working under such circumstances. Now, especially that we can see the end of it, as it were, the end of a year, if nothing else. So, where are we now in the school in schools? If you know anything about the Spanish school system, we divide the year in 3 terms, and the 3rd term finished last Friday. So this means that as of today, we are in June. We still have school, but what we do is we revise contents, we prepare students to retake any subjects that they still have to, for which they failed a term or the whole subject, if that's even possible. So yeah, that happens sometimes. So what happens is now those students are being told by their teachers, although they should already sort of know, because it's something that's normally not a surprise. They're told what they have to do, what they have failed, what not, etc. And for the next couple of weeks, they'll be doing that. Some of them. Some of the rest will be here with me, telling you, everybody who is listening to us, what online learning is all about. Hello, guys. Good morning. Hello.
Hi, Ruben.
Hello, Paulo. How's it going?
Hi.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody going?
Good.
You doing okay? Yeah. How was your weekend?
Good. It was good. Yeah.
Great. So, as I anticipated last week, and I hope that you will remember, today our class is a little different in that we are broadcasting it to the world, as it were, to everybody who wants to listen. So, do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. So, in other words, we're live from Valley FM, is what we call it. And the reason why we call it Valley FM, for those of you who've never participated in this, is because, well, it's the name of the school, it's an English project, and I like to turn things and twist things around a little bit. So, school's out, as it were, almost. It's almost over on the 23rd. Yes. Yeah? Did anybody fail any subjects? Do you know?
No.
No? Great. Perfect.
No, I think some. I think someone.
Yeah, obviously someone must have failed something, but this year, because it was so crazy in the end, especially now in the 3rd term, I bet it was easier for some people to finish clean, because it was in a way it was easier because there were no exams. Instead of exams, you had assignments, right?
Yes.
Okay. So today I'd like to talk about the year in general, what we did, what you and I both together we created in terms of the subject, that thing that we have so characteristic of never speaking Spanish between each other, those things. How can someone can someone who who understands it well explain how it works? What do we do? That I told you the first day in September when we first met. What did I say about the use of language in class?
That we could only speak English and that we could. I think you said the thing of the bad words that we could say all in English.
Yes.
Like to learn more.
Yeah, exactly. That you could be yourselves in English. So if you had to say, yeah, very well, you put it very well. If you had to say a bad word such as an insult, or you got angry with someone and you said, "Oh, crap," for example, that you could say that. And if you didn't know the word, that you shouldn't be afraid to ask me, right?
Yeah.
Good. Now, what did you first think, Diego? What did you first think about that? When I said only English, what did you think?
Yeah, I thought that we wouldn't speak English all the year. That you would start. I don't know how to say, like
trying to convince you, but impossible.
Yeah,
right?
But it would be impossible because I think years in first of ESO, we tried that, or in second, I don't know what year we tried it, and it never.
It never happened.
It never happened. But this year it happened, and I don't know. I think it's better to speak English in English classes.
Great. I agree with you. Alexis, are you there?
Yes.
Yes. What did you think about that when I first said you can only speak English, etc.? What did you think? Be honest.
I think that firstly is more difficult because in other years we talk Spanish in the classes, but then when you, how do you say acostumbrarse?
When you get used to it.
When you get used
to speaking English. Yeah. I agree with you. I remember you. I asked you specifically because I remember you looked at me one day when I went over to you, and I was like listening to every group. At the beginning, I had to do that obviously because I had to make sure that everybody was speaking English. So I would give you guys, if you remember, an idea to debate in groups, and I would hover around the class making sure that everybody spoke English in their groups. So because remember back in the day you used to sit in groups, not anymore in the last few weeks before the quarantine because your tutor changed you, but back at the beginning of the year there were groups. So I would go around, and I remember going to your group and listening to either silence or sometimes a few words in Spanish. So I said to you, Alexis, you can do this. I'm sure you can do this. And you looked at me and said, no, I'm sorry, but not possible. And it's amazing, I think, in your case, the progression you've made, the progress you've made, actually, because you've gone from not wanting to or not believing that you could to doing it all the time, like nothing happened. So it's brilliant. What do other people think? Anna?
Well, I thought you were going to eventually give up in the English thing. I thought that after like a month or so, you were going to just forget about it because nobody was going to listen to you. I thought everyone would speak Spanish, and that you would just like give up and also start speaking Spanish and just get frustrated.
Yes. So what do you think? I think in general, everybody thinks the same way. Everybody thinks, well, at the beginning, I didn't think it could happen, or I thought it would be too difficult, or I thought you would give up, I would give up. And I think we can all agree that it hasn't happened all year round. So why? What's different, do you think? What was different? What was the key? What was, according to you?
For me, maybe like your determination to actually do it. because
Uh-huh.
other teachers like they say that always like as a joke, but like in the first like at the first moment that something happens, like they change to Spanish or they just forget. I think your determination to really continue speaking and continue to push us to keep speaking English was really what made us all like
Thank
finally
you.
realize like we have to speak English.
Thank you for saying that, but thank you very much for saying that. I think the key is here. Me being Spanish, right? I am Spanish. In fact, I am from the same. We are from the same city. We're from Madrid, so it would be very, very easy for us to understand each other in Spanish. Too easy, in fact,
Yeah.
to care to use any other language. So, do you think things would have been different if you had heard me speak Spanish, even
Yes.
once or twice?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I take so seriously about all this. If I ever speak Spanish to you, I think you will remember that back in the beginning I said it's not just in class, and it's not just with me, it's between you. That the idea is that if you see me in the street, if you see me, I don't know, in the playground, in the dining room, if we go on a school trip together, if you see my face, basically, it's English. And now I ask you, how successful was that? Because do you? I think I'm very happy with the result because I every time I look at you, I don't. These days, I don't even have to. If I see you in the corridors or something, I don't even have to speak English first.
Yeah.
You come to me and you know already that you have to speak English because you must associate my face with English now, don't you?
Yeah. Yes.
Great. So so yeah, that was my intention from the start, and I think that part was very successful, and I I wish that it was always like that. If you know, because it would give consistency and more fluency to English learners of to people who are not, especially Spanish people who don't speak English as a first language.
Yeah.
Great. Now, all right. So, how, if you had to choose a favorite moment of the year, what would it be? Of the year in
Ooh.
first, let's talk about the subject, our subject. If you had to choose a favorite moment this year, what would
The
it be?
Discussing
trial.
about it.
Anna said the trials. We'll go with that in a minute and we'll explain. Pablo, what did you say, Pablo?
Also the trials, but my Wi-Fi is so laggy.
All
It goes
right.
on lag.
The trials, great. So for anyone who's listening to us to understand that, what sort of what was that? Can you explain what trials were,
Yeah.
please?
Okay,
A trial is
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pablo's Wi-Fi is actually very laggy. So Anna, Anna, do you mind?
okay, so we try to copy like the type of trials that we saw like in American television, and basically we would split the class in three groups. We had the I cannot say that.
Prosecution. You have to take your time. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a difficult one.
the defense, and then we would have like the judge and like the public and the mediators. And so we would find some sort of case of that actually happened in the class, you know, like maybe one of us got expelled or something for doing something, and we would judge that.
Great.
And we learned a lot of like actual vocabulary about like law and like the trials, and it was so much fun. Like we
I'm
took it
glad.
really seriously.
I was very. I'm glad that you thought it was fun, but it showed, and I knew you would take it very seriously, and that's what made it so much fun. I think because because the fact that you guys took it so seriously obviously made it very, very interesting when we were judging something that really happened. And it worked even better, I think, when the defense took their job very seriously to defend the accused, whoever that was, and especially if there were friends defending their friends, for example, that got very, very intense. Or the opposite, if there were people, you know, who had been involved in the query, whatever it had been, the fight, or the issue at stake, if people from the other side, let's say against the accused, were in the prosecution, I think, Diego, that happened to you once with, I don't know if it was Jose Luis, or I don't remember which one it was, but that was brilliant because you went at them like with everything you had, and that was brilliant. And everything was, as Anna says, with a specific vocabulary that we had to, in the first couple trials, obviously practice with. But the moment you guys mastered it, it was brilliant. Okay, so again, obvious question: favorite moment within the trials? One trial that you remember?
The last one, the one with Felipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
That was like the best. It was the last one, and it was the best that we've done so far. Like, it was so intense. That one was like really fun to do. Like, I remember like the prosecution was not like following the rules. Like, they were all standing up, and since we take into consideration like whoever gets more like protest, like that you get them
objections.
sustained.
Yes,
like
because
the objections, like the ones that you like sustain, those are points. And I remember me and my group in the defense, we would start just objecting like silly things, like they're all standing up, like they're touching our client, like they are harassing like the client, the witnesses, and and that's how basically how we won. We got a lot of points that way.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you guys, Diego and you, were in the same team that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I remember you guys played like, Diego, what was that little trick that you played on the defense?
Taking all the points from when they stand up and that.
Like making objections for very small things, like
that.
but they were true. So you were always right, and the judge had no other alternative but to sustain the objection. He would go. I think the judge was Pablo that day, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yes.
And Pablo would be like, how did you
You
feel,
can hear
Pablo?
me? Yes.
When Diego said, "Objection, Your Honor, the defense is standing up." What did you think to yourself?
Well, it was so strange because all people was shouting and
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was funny.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun because Diego had been standing up himself until a few seconds ago, but he had the idea. He was like, "Can we make objections about that?" And he looked at me and I said, "Well, you can make objections if the judge sustains them, then obviously you're earning a point." So he was like, "Guys, everybody sit down," like without the defense realizing, and he went, "Objection, Your Honor, they're all standing up." And Paulo was like, "Yeah, that's sustained. So that's one straight point that you got." And like that, he got like 8 points or something. And the defense was like, "Hey, but we were winning until now because Jose Luis was doing an amazing job, I think."
Yes, like Jose Luis really.
Yeah.
He really was the one.
Yeah. He was really good at that.
Yes, and I think in the trials it's more difficult to defend it than to.
Yeah, and in case that you know that they
attack it.
Say, go ahead, Diego. You were saying, and in the case that what?
In the case that you know that you're defending someone that you know that he have done that, and that you have friends that is more difficult. But I don't know, with that points of the of the objections,
Mhm.
it was easier.
Yeah. Great, Marcos. Where were you that day? Were you with Jose Luis or?
I was counting the points from
Oh, you were
objections
one
and
of the
reasons.
referees. So, okay,
Yes.
brilliant. Because how, for anyone who's listening to this for the first time, to try and imagine how we did this, can you explain what the referees did, what their jobs were? Not the judge, obviously. The judge is very clear,
Yes.
but other people.
Okay, so first we organize to know who of us count what thing. For example, Marta was counting the vocabulary they used. Then Inés was counting their fluency in English. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was counting like the objection for each team. And then at the end, we count who has more points, and we talk with the judge, and then we decide.
Great. So, did you remember which points there were?
One for vocabulary,
Yes.
one for each objection, another for teamwork, I think.
Yes, very good.
Then for participation, also, like all the group members.
That was teamwork, really. But yeah, let me help you. So there were four classic points. One, as two of them you mentioned already. Vocabulary was one, and teamwork was another one. The other two were speech, if you remember, because everything that had to do with how clearly you spoke, with how clear your arguments were, and basically who made the most convincing case of the two teams. That was one thing. And
Yes.
the fourth criterion was time management. Do you remember that?
Yes.
We had two referees
Yes.
take charge of the time. Yeah. So yeah, that was that. And then obviously with 4 points being allocated to either of the teams, one of the teams, for every team got one of the points for every. Or in fact, let me explain it again because I'm making it sound very confusing. Only one of the teams could get 1 point of every kind, which means with 4 points you could end up with a tie, with 2-2, with a 2-2 tie. So we came up with the idea to use also objections, and that was, I think, was what made it the most fun, because people got agitated trying to come up with objections to catch the other team out of balance, because it was the only way. Otherwise, everybody knew who was guilty and who wasn't, because they had already been punished for that. So obviously, if you're judging Felipe for something that something for which he got expelled for 3 days, we know he was guilty. But yeah, okay, yeah, that was
finally
also
the defense won.
We won.
No. That day you won. The accusation.
The accusation.
Yes, when we brought like the witness from the other class, I remember I shouted at Ruben.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I remember.
Can we? You were like, okay, so can we bring someone from another class? Because you guys were losing at the start. Jose Luis was like nailing it. He was like, you have no witness. He was making it. I remember. So the case was that Philip had basically slapped another student in the school in the back of their head, I think, very strongly, so much so that it was understood as violence, I think, in the school, and Felipe got expelled for that. So it was a silly thing, but obviously for that kid it wasn't silly, so it was like a misunderstanding, I think, and because it clearly wasn't I think, I don't know, I wasn't there, but I suppose it wasn't Philip's intention to hurt anybody. Now, that was the case Jose Luis was making. He was trying to make it sound like he was being friendly. And
Yeah.
because
Yes.
there were no eyewitnesses present um, in the courtroom, as we called it in class, in the classroom, you basically had no more arguments. So I remember Anna looked up to me and said, "So can we bring someone from? Can we bring another
Yeah.
witness from another class right now?" And I said, "Yeah, of course you can do. I mean, this is." And you brought your surprise witness, as it
Fernando.
were.
I think we brought Fernando of
Oh
3D.
yeah, it's true. It's true.
No,
It's true.
André,
It's true because you brought the victim, as it were. You brought
Yeah.
the person who and that for some reason that it wasn't very convincing because it was I think Jose Luis was making him look like he wasn't
Yes.
reliable. He was making him nervous. He didn't let him speak. So
No, he was saying that because he didn't say anything or he didn't stop Felipe, he wasn't reliable as a witness.
Oh yeah, it's true. He said, "So you didn't like it then? Why didn't you do something about it then? Why didn't you tell him?
Yeah.
Did you tell him no, I don't like it?" And Paulo was like freaking out. He was like, "Are these guys for real?" Because obviously no one is ready for a real trial on something that happened in life.
Yes.
So yeah, that was very clever by Jose Luis because obviously that was a very intelligent move on your side. And then yeah, you brought the other eyewitness, someone who was a friend of Philip's, but who could
Yeah.
testify against him and say, "Look, Philip is guilty," and everybody knows that. And thanks to that and the objections, you won.
Yes.
That was amazing. It was also one of my favorite days of the whole year. But I remember Jose Luis must have been really angry because
Yeah.
because he was winning and in the end he didn't. Anyway,
Like,
okay.
we
So,
should have recorded that because it was so good.
hmm,
Like I just remember it, and we needed to have public that day. Like
yeah.
people should have seen that.
Well, I actually have some videos, but as you know, I can't play them because I can only play sound, but because they're out of context, it's difficult. Maybe I'll get them ready tomorrow, and we can play them in the
Okay.
show tomorrow. I have to obviously listen to them first to see if they make sense because like I said, out of context, maybe it's just people shouting. But I have a couple videos from that day, and they yeah, they were really good. Maybe not the key moments, but some of them obviously. Right now, moving on to other things. Ines, for example, do you
Tell
think?
me,
Do you
what?
think? No, sorry, I was thinking out loud. Do you think that something like that, like the trials, we could have done online?
Yes,
You think so?
yes. We
What
do
do
like
all
something similar in geography.
you did something similar in geography?
Yeah.
Oh, like a debate or something, I suppose.
Yes.
With turns, I suppose.
Yeah.
Or raising your hand like you can now because well we haven't explained this to the audience but right now we are obviously not in the same room, everybody's at their home, probably naked from the bottom down
Yeah.
because we can. But no, seriously, now we are using something called Microsoft Teams, which I'm sure many people will be familiar with because well basically it's like a Skype, it's like a Zoom, Google Meets. There are
Yeah.
many really, or Jitsi. There's also another one called Jitsi. It's basically a video call service that allows you to use chat as well, which we already had in the school, but we didn't use it. We didn't use it as much as now, obviously, because we didn't have to. We never had to call each other because we were the nature of the lessons were face to face, basically.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about that. So Ines thinks that activity could have been done online, no problem. Which activities do you think? Well, in fact, do you think every activity could be done online? Every activity we do face to face?
Yes, I think so.
You think so? Other people, what do other
No.
people think? You don't think so, Pablo? Why not?
I don't think that, because if you
It's
the
a shift.
same, you not express the same, and it's not going to be the same that in real.
Uh-huh. Okay, so you don't. It's not.
Yes.
So maybe we can say that. Well, Ines thinks that every activity could be, if not done. I think what Ines is trying to say, and I agree with her, is that everything can be at least adapted to online learning.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Yes.
think so. Obviously, as Pablo is saying, for activities such as this one, in which normally in class you can it's you are in front of people, so you know when they want to speak, when not. So and also because sound face to face is different. If somebody's voice is stronger than someone else's, you can hear them more.
Yes.
In other words, if you shout, it's nothing positive. You know that I don't like people who shout, or shouting myself in general. But it's true that in real life, whoever shouts the most wins, as it were. So yeah, it's something awful for me. It's something terrible. Whereas with online learning, with having to do this online via video calls, it has changed into well, we have to respect people's turns to speak, because if not, there's no people don't understand me when I speak, and I don't understand other people when I speak. So
Yeah.
that's the biggest adaptation I think we've had to go through.
Well, for
Uh, yeah, go ahead, Pablo.
geography and history, we did debates, and it was one debate that all people was shouting, and we didn't understand anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, yeah, I agree with you, Pablo.
Marcos, with Marcos and Daniel.
Some activities are more adaptable than others to online learning, and it's true that maybe, in fact, we haven't done many debates. We haven't done any debates. We've just
Yeah.
sometimes discussed some things, but because only some people participated, it was easy to do. I haven't had any problems with disrespect or anything, in case someone who is listening to this is interested, because the idea with this radio thing also is to give people the idea, sorry, an idea what it's like to learn and teach online.
Yeah.
So yeah, so what was it like for you, online teach learning? How would you, if you had to explain it to someone who an alien, for example, that came to Earth right now, how would you explain it to them?
I think at first time you think that is going to be like very different, and I think more difficult.
Mhm.
But then I think it's not the same, but is very, I don't know how to say, parecido.
Similar?
It's very similar, and that I think is easier, because if you want to you don't have to shout to silence all the class. You could click a button and all the class is silence, and I think in that
Aspect, in that respect,
aspect is better. But I think it's you learn more in face to face that through a computer, but you also learn in online. You can also learn online.
I agree with you that when you're face to face, well, obviously there are some positive things about one way and the other,
Yeah.
and there are some negative things about both of them. So yeah, one of the positive things, obviously, about being face to face is that I as a teacher can tell when someone is, I think I can tell when someone is paying attention to me or not, and I can keep checking. So if I see someone is distracted, I can go, so Daniel, tell me the last thing I said, for example, or what do you think about that? And I can check like that. And if I see, not to, obviously not to make that person embarrassed in front of the class, not to embarrass that person or anything, just to check that he comes back on track in the lesson. So for example, if with my question I can see that that person is getting distracted, I'll just tell them, please come on, pay attention. But and I'll continue. But obviously that is easier than now, which is that is something I can't do now. I can do it, but obviously that will produce a silent situation, which is very frustrating for anyone who really wants to pay attention. Let's say, for example, you, Diego, well, everybody who is here today, but I think Diego in particular, and Pablo and Ana were people who were always paying attention, and I think that is strengthened by the fact that you guys were always answering my questions, even if they were very small questions like, don't you think? You were always there to say yes. So that obviously for me is proof, is evidence that you are on the other side, that you are paying attention, that you are involved in the class. So and I lost track of what I was saying. I don't know what I wanted to say with that. But anyway, oh yeah. So in your case, it's I don't need to keep checking. Are you guys there? But if I do it with someone who is very silent all the time, I am playing with fire there, because I can get an answer and get surprised, like with Ines, for example. Ines, you don't know if she's listening or not, but when you say her name, she answers. So, or Marcos, so, or Alexis earlier today. So so you can tell that they are there on the other side. So it's great. But imagine I say one name and what I get is silence. Then you, Diego, Ana, Pablo, everybody who is paying attention gets bored, obviously, and says, oh, Jesus, this is too slow. So that was one of the challenges, obviously, which I compare that to when we are face-to-face in class and people are making so much noise that it's difficult to follow the class, for example. It's similar. So yeah, in some aspects, there are negative and positive aspects, but it's pretty similar, as you say. Right, so enough of that, because I don't want to bore you for that today. There was one activity we did, if you remember, back in, I think it was before Christmas. I'm not sure. Maybe it might have been after Christmas, but I think it was before Christmas. And it was a translator. We had, I don't remember the name of it. I think it was a silent translator or something like that. So we had someone who was pretending to be mute. They couldn't speak. Do you remember? I think you played that one. It was like a little game to warm up, basically, and to work on fluency skills, on speaking skills. There was one person who couldn't speak, so they could only communicate with gestures, and there was another person next to them translating those gestures to the rest of the class. So, and the fun part, or what I intended for it to be fun, was that obviously the translator had all the power. Because obviously the person who is mute was also deaf, we pretended. Do you remember? So we gave them a set of earphones, headphones, and they couldn't. We put music loud, so they couldn't hear you. They couldn't hear the translator. So all they did was make gestures to try and tell a story. I think it was about their weekend or something. And obviously the translator was taking advantage of that and making them look a bit ridiculous. So I'd like to do that, if we can, today, now, again. So how can we do it? what I'm thinking we can do is if one of you shows the camera.
I have a very bad camera. And
you have a very bad camera. It's gonna have to be me then. It's gonna have to be me. Okay, so I'll do the same thing. I'll put some music on. I'll tell you a story, and can I trust that one of you or all of you, if you want, really, if you have good ideas, just translate in English, obviously, what I'm trying to say the way you want, so you can make me look like an idiot if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Just always remember, there's no more marks I can give you, so you can abuse me if you want. But also, I was always, I tried to be a friend. So please don't. So what do I need? I need headphones, which I don't have with me. 1 second. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go for a break now.
Okay.
Okay. Here are some ads. If you want to listen to them, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you. And this is another thing that the audience will be interested in knowing. This program that we mentioned earlier, Teams, that we use to communicate via video calls, also gives you the chance to share your screen, which, you know, is something basic. Obviously, if you want to write something, if you want to share something with your students, your own screen, just show them something, because only speaking, you would be missing a lot of your explanation. You sometimes need to show them something, and it saves a lot of time if you just go, look, go to this page, write this, and they are looking at that. So and sometimes I can also include sound, like I am going to do now. So here it goes.
Do you hate shopping and having to buy many different colored t-shirts? Because here we bring you a color 10 t-shirt for every day.
Okay. So, did you hear the ad? Did you hear the ad?
Yes.
What did you think of that?
It was good.
Okay. Well, here's another one, because now I'm looking for my phone. Jesus, I couldn't be more of a mess right now. I mean, my things, I can't find my things, and I live in a very, very small house, so it makes no sense. Here goes the next one. This is Juanita, by the way.
Tired of leaving school and having to take the bus? Do not suffer anymore. Now, with our premium limousine service, you can go home comfortably, and the best thing is that you will not have to share a seat with anyone. Before, at 50 euros a month, now only at 49.99. Do not miss this incredible offer. Call now and get your premium limousine service.
I think she could do this for a living. She
I
could.
really like that.
She does it. She does it really, really well. And I only had to tell her, just invent one ad.
I like her
for
voice.
the radio. What? Sorry?
No, that I like her voice.
Yeah. She has a very a voice that's good for that. Well, anyway, so right. So here we go. I'm gonna start putting some music now. Who's going to translate? Anna?
I think we could. You said that all.
Yeah. Okay. So between all of you. Yeah, but
Okay.
someone needs to always say something, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Yesterday,
He
I
went for a run.
yes.
He went running, and he saw a car coming.
No, he saw a very strong man coming.
Really big one.
Yeah. And
I think
he
it was
spoke.
me.
He spoke to
Already threatened him. He threatened him, and he confronted him, and he won.
and he said that he was very easy.
Weak.
That he was very easy, and he was.
And he doesn't understand why he has won against that really big man, and he got COVID because
Oh.
he got infected.
Right. What did you understand?
That you went running yesterday and you saw a strong man. You fought him. You won, and that then you how do you say, like, to toser?
Cough.
You cuffed him and went running.
Okay, so well, it's actually not that bad, but obviously it's like it's like a broken message. This is what I was really trying to transmit with my gestures. I was saying that that yesterday I went out for a run in the morning, and so I saw this fat man come towards me, and he started telling me he saw my clothes. I sometimes wear clothes. I forgot to make that gesture actually, but because he saw my clothes, he said he saw my club for which I do triathlon at.
Yeah.
So he read that and he said that was my club when I was young, and he said I won a trophy once for them, and I was like I realized he was very old, so I said like well, don't you know there's COVID, you shouldn't be out at this time, old man, and I left. I had to keep running. It
Wow.
was, yeah, it's just a stupid anecdote, but
But I was saying that he threatened you and that you confronted him, and then what, like coughing that he infected you with COVID.
no, hopefully not. Fingers crossed, but no, I don't think he looks healthy for a man his age. But you can never tell. You can never be sure. Anyway, yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was also something fun. So we will continue with this tomorrow. I think I'm gonna let you guys off the hook. If you wanna let's say continue being part of this today, just stay tuned, because in the next stay here if you want, because in the next call in the next call that I have, there's someone in first of ESO. There's a teacher who a biology teacher, I'm sure you know him. He goes by the name of his name is Javier really, but everybody calls him Joja. Yes, he's a biology teacher in the school, and yeah, he would like to show us something that he's done, and I'm sure that you guys will find what he did, the activity, very similar to something we did very recently. He asked his students to record their voice
Yeah.
for a documentary. So So the image they didn't make, obviously,
Yeah.
but they had to give their voice to an image.
Oh,
Yeah, that rings a
Like
bell
by
to me.
South Park.
Yeah, exactly. That like what we did, except ours was a bit more authentic in the sense
yes.
that I will not tell him this, obviously. So hopefully he's not listening. But no, he knows really, because ours was more difficult. You guys had to make your voice match
Yeah, with the mouth.
the mouth, the movement of the mouth. So yeah, it was brilliant. In fact, I was planning to talk about that tomorrow, if you will, and we can even show some of your projects. I know we watched them last week, all, but I'd like for other people to have the chance to see what we did.
Okay.
So if you'd like to join me tomorrow again, we will do that and probably other things as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for joining me here at Valley FM. I hope everybody who's at home listening or wherever they are listening liked to meet my wonderful students whose English skills are so good, in fact, that they will change once and for all the bad prejudice the world has against Spanish people not being able to speak English, or at least that was my mission, and they made me very proud every day. Right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
You, sorry.
Bye.
Bye.
Are you struggling to pass that stupid subject? Do you need some help with the next exam?
We have the best cheat notes of Fancinaro. We cover everything from ESO exams to BACH exams.
Buy two and receive a free German cheat note. Brutal cheat notes. Simply brutal.
Es la leche.
This is Valley FM.
Are you tired of watching Netflix alone? Did you cry watching Monsters Inc? Do you want an Emma Watson, Scarlett Johansson in your life? Do you spend more time in the friend zone than in your own home? Then download Salupa, a dating app for El Valle students. With this app, you will find your own Kate Beckett. Salupa, the best choice for your lonely life.
Welcome again to this third hour of program today on our first day of radio in Valley FM. Remember, this is El Valle, Santinaro School Radio. This is a project that we do with the students, and it's the first time ever, I think, that a radio is done online when everybody is quarantined and locked down at home. Welcome again to this but it's not the only thing that we are doing in this school. I think Javier González will agree with me that... Welcome again to this third hour of program today on our first day of radio in Valley FM. Remember, this is El Valle, Santinaro School Radio. This is a project that we do with the students, and it's the first time ever, I think, that a radio is done online when everybody is quarantined and locked down at home. But it's not the only thing that we are doing in this school. I think Javier González will agree with me that the teacher today, hello, Javi?
Hello.
Will agree with me that we have been doing a lot of work that we can be very proud of, even though we were in the distance with our students, right?
Sure. I'm proud of the task that I'm going to tell you about, and I hope that also the students are, because that was the intention once I started to prepare this kind of mini task or mini project. And the thing is that when I thought about it, I wanted my students involved in it. I wanted them to be storytellers rather than just an audience. And I wanted them to do the task rather than their parents, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that difficult ones facing this challenge, because I wanted to make it easier to do and to make it possible.
Yes. So tell us a bit about your background. You are a teacher of?
I am a biology teacher.
Biology.
STEM and geology. Yes.
Perfect. And so this task you were saying, apart from it being something that you were trying to innovate with, etc. What unit does it correspond to, or what is the content of the unit of the project?
The content is about the last part of the subject is about animals. We study the 5 kingdoms, the most simple ones, and then we finish with. So it's a topic that most of the students like. It's easy to engage them, but I wanted them, as I told you before, I wanted them to be an active part on this unit rather than just teaching contents and then asking them questions about the topic. I wanted them to tell me about the topic, to investigate, to know different organisms, to learn curiosities, and to teach, not just to me, to teach also to the class, because then I told them to prepare short videos, giving information, explaining information as if it was a short documentary.
That's pretty cool, and those videos you can use even other years, I think, to explain that unit, actually. So they are actually creating, they're becoming teachers.
Yes, I'm saving them. I'm sending the videos to the students so they have their projects, because actually it's their work, and most of them are part of it. So that's why I'm happy. The intention wasn't me to be happy of something that I did. The intention is that the students were happy
with their own work.
Yes.
Okay, so let's hear it from the students, because they are here with us today, and I'm sure they have. Well, we have 1,000 questions for you, really, about this project.
Yes, of course. Fingers crossed to hope that they tell they are proud. So the first group. We are going to start with Codo, Itna, David, and Diego. They prepared a documentary on crustaceans. So first of all, I want to ask them which was the main difficulty that they faced.
The most difficult parts were two. The first was recording the video. We were wrong all the time, so we have to make it a lot of times to be good the video, and to make the script between 2 and 1 minute.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I gave them time. I organized the task to give them between 1 and 2, because more than 2 minutes, then the final result will be longer. And I didn't want really long documentaries. I prefer that they focused in just special types of organisms rather than speaking about thousands of them, because you can find plenty of information.
Less is more, I agree with you.
Diego was saying that the main difficulty was a great result. Yes, maybe that's because you are too perfectionist, Diego.
Yes, maybe.
So I want to know as well, what have you liked the most? If you liked something, what have you liked the most about this activity?
Oh, hello.
Hello, Ethan.
What we like it about apart than we learned about crustaceans, in my case, the lobsters. What we like it the most is that it has brought me and my friends closer, and we have worked as a team, and we all work equally.
And who was, tell to the people, because maybe they don't know, who was in charge of dividing the work? Because I gave them just a topic and I told them, okay, speak about crustaceans. Did I give you any other information about them, or you were in charge of preparing the rest?
In our case, I searched information about crustaceans, and there was for big families. So we decided to one person pick one family, and in my case was that I say the lobsters.
So you had to investigate about the group and learn things and then divide the work, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay. What else? I want to know, do you consider that by doing this kind of activities you are able to learn something, or you prefer the classic learning with blackboard and explanations?
Hi. I think that I prefer this kind of activities because are more fun and we learn a lot too. And also I like these activities because you have to coordinate and work with your teammates. So it's
you are
a good type of...
Sorry.
I think that it's a good type of class because you learn a lot searching information, joining in a video and seeing the work of your classmates, because you can do friends doing this type of works and learning about them.
That's great. So I was saying that you are more involved in the lesson. It's not just waiting for the teacher to explain something and then wait for the activities. You are in charge of looking for the information and tell to the teacher that information, right?
Yes, and it's very fun.
Okay, thank you, David. You said it was very fun, but tell me one aspect, and you said you learned something. Tell me one aspect that you didn't know about the group. If you had to choose one, just one aspect you didn't know, tell me which one would it be?
I think that this aspect is that I learn a lot of a giant crab that it's very large.
What was the name of that crab?
Its name is the giant Japanese spider crab.
All right.
It's quite amazing. You are going to be surprised when you see the video.
Yes.
What about the others? Any other aspects you didn't know about the group they prepared and that you didn't know?
I didn't know that that we can eat that crab and that our group we can work so good.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool.
Thank you very much.
So, yes, sorry, what's that?
No, I think, I'm not sure if the other component of the group wants to say something. Kodo, are you there?
Yes.
Kodo, do you want to share something else that you learned or that you liked about your task?
Yes, the aspect that I chose is to organize more the teammate and to do the project with more time.
So Kodo is telling me to organize better the project and give you more time. You are right, Kodo. Yes, I agree with you. I totally agree with you, Kodo. Because once I started to prepare the task, I thought I was giving them time enough, but then I realized that, yes, they were able to do it. They were able to give and send great things, but maybe with a couple of more of extra lessons, it would have been better. So I will take it into account for the future.
How long did they have to do this project?
I think 2 weeks and a half.
2.5 weeks.
2.5, yeah.
With was it one lesson per week, or was it supposed to be homework?
Three lessons per week. Because the first week they started looking for the information and preparing the script, because they were in charge of writing down their own scripts. They looked for videos, but then they switched off the audio and they put their own voices. But in advance, they needed to create the scripts. So once they wrote their own script, they sent them to me, so I could check them and give them suggestions of improvements. And then they started editing the videos and doing the different recordings.
Yes. Okay. I have a question for this group in general, but in relation to that, I was saying for this group in particular, but also for the class in general. Why do you think we teachers are so insistent with deadlines and breaking the assignments such as this one, such as this project in parts, so that why do you think we do that? Why do you think we break the projects and we tell you, please have the script ready by this date? Maybe you want to organize things differently, but why do you think we are so insistent with that?
I think that the teachers do that because it's easier for groups, for work in groups, because you can repart the
work,
the parts to the different components of the group.
Yeah.
So I think that it's because of that.
Yes. But now try to be honest. If you had to organize it differently, would you do anything differently? Would you say, let's just leave everything and we can improvise something? How do you think the result would be?
It would be worse, because I think that if we do all and then we have all prepared, it's better than improvising that, because we can do something bad improvising and we have very bad projects.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. In fact, I love improvising, but it is true that results tend to be much better when at least there is a script to follow, like a timetable to follow. It's much better to improvise in little periods of time than it is to improvise for a whole project such as this one. So yes, I agree with you guys.
Yes.
So I have more questions for this group, but perhaps we can watch the video first and then I ask my questions. Is that something we can do, Javi?
Sure.
Yeah.
I am going to allow the group, if they want to present their goal.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Yes.
Yes.
Just introduce the video and I will play it.
Okay, doesn't matter.
No, I think what Javi is suggesting is can you please say a few things about your project before we play it?
What I was saying, can you say something while I look for the video and play it, just to avoid silences?
Yeah, just literally introduce the project yourself.
Yes.
The video, and this is what we are going to play.
No pressure, but the world is going to see your work now. So what would you like to explain to the world before they see the project? But again, no pressure.
Our project is about of crustacean, and we repart the work. And for example, I have to do the part of the giant Japanese spider crab, and my teammates has to do another families of this family. So
okay, so here we go. I guess.
Okay, let's go. Hope you enjoy.
It's a tail-legged decapod crustacean of sexual reproduction. It lives around the world, instead in Atlantis, on rocky bottoms, not very deep, and hiding among the rocks. They weigh about 7 kilograms and measure between 25 and 50 centimeters. Its rigid body is divided into 3 parts: the cephalothorax, the tesson, and the abdomen. His body is protected by his exoskeleton. Its tail is fan-shaped. They swim thanks to their tesson at the end of her body. They are omnivores and can consume small fish, mollusks, algae, invertebrates, worms, and even big cannibals. Lobsters are red or brown, but there can be many different colors. McDonald's released McLobster, a lobster sandwich.
This is a prawn. It is an invertebrate animal with an elongated body. Has a very distinct abdomen and has a very pronounced tail. Prawns live on sandy bottoms 40 to 60 meters deep. They feed on crustaceans, mollusks, and worms. This animal is characterized by its taste, and because many years ago only the richest people could eat this animal. It spends the day buried in sand so that predators don't attack it, and at night it goes out to eat crustaceans, mollusks, and worms.
The giant Japanese spider crab is a type of crustacean that lives in the deep zones of the Pacific Ocean in the coast of Japan. Their legs can reach more than 2 meters, and they can weigh 20 kilograms. They eat plants, algae, and mollusks, and they can live from 80 to 100 years. The researchers indicate that the pressure they make is compared to the bite of a crocodile. Here is changing itself. They have a very good hearing, and even if they are deaf, they have some hair that help them to catch the prey. The male gender is bigger than the female one, and their legs can reach 2 meters. These legs are so strong that could break a human leg.
Barnacles are a type of arthropod that are normally found in intertidal zones. Other species are pelagic, and they can be found in the open ocean. The barnacle is made up of 2 parts. The upper one, in the shape of a soul, and normally known as an eel, it has around 20 caudos blades, and inside it has all the organs of the animal. And the lower part is the pentacle, which usually measures in the adult stage up to about 5 centimeters. And the part that is inside of the nail is the thymus, that is a feathery appendage that uses to breathe. Barnacles spend their life attached to a substrate, with a fleshy stalk that it has a semen gland that makes a type of glue to be attached to a substrate. Also, the barnacles, they are normally compiled for the space with the muscles. They are considered a delicacy in countries like Portugal and Spain.
Wow, that was pretty cool. Especially the giant crab. I am amazed. I've never seen something like that.
Yes,
Wow,
it's incredible.
it's super big. Right. So my questions actually. So you've explained how you organize the work, you divided it accordingly, etc., and it all sounds really well. It all sounds really good. But for me to understand, because I've never, when I was your age, I never had to. I never had to live a quarantine period. So I never had to study online. So I think one of the biggest challenges of online learning is doing group works, doing assignments such as this one in the distance, from a distance. So how did you organize yourselves? Did you use WhatsApp? Did you use Teams? Did you use
Yes. Yes, we use Teams, and often we do a video call that we repart the work, and in a chat we put videos and something like that to the other teammates.
And what happened when did it ever happen that one of you was like sending gifs or memes or something or making jokes? Yes, because this is what happens always, right? When you have more than one person, maybe I am in the mood for working, but someone else is in the mood for partying, really, and you're getting together. The teacher's not there.
Yes, we write some memes of crustaceans and things like that.
Oh well, at least it's related to the subject.
Yes.
If I can say something about it, actually, they asked me if they were allowed to put memes in the chat, and I told them, yeah, but do not focus in that part.
Yeah.
If they are not the main part, it doesn't matter. So in the end, they worked really well. They were amazing.
That is pretty cool. That's so cool. Okay. What about your feelings about this? Does it ever? Now I'm asking more about the quarantine period in particular, not just this project, but how does it feel to be at home and for such a long time and not be able to go to school? Good things and bad things about that.
In my opinion, it doesn't be too bad because you can call your friends, play video games, for example, and also you obviously can laugh with your friends. But the bad part is that you cannot be outside to do, for example, I don't know, to go with the bicycles or to go to a park. But you have to see the good part of the things.
Absolutely.
So
I agree with you. I agree with you.
In my opinion, it isn't too bad be
so
at
bad.
home. So you can go with your family. You can tell your family how was your day, and that's my opinion. So
yeah. I agree with you. I think that's very well said. So thank you very much, guys, for showing everybody really your project and for answering my questions. Javi, back to you. I don't know if I think you mentioned there was another group.
Yes, there's a second group. Well, actually, there are more. Maybe for another time we can interview the rest of the class. I would like it, but because of the timing again, we selected a couple of groups. So the other group, they prepared something about a different topic because, as I said before, we were working with animals, specifically with invertebrates. So I divided the class into 7 groups, and each group of 4 people was in charge of one group of invertebrates. So in the end, we have mini documentaries, not about the same, about topics related, all of them invertebrates, but speaking about different groups and different characteristics and different curiosities. So the second group is Daniela, Martina, Marquez, and Alejandra. And they did a video, the documentary about mollusks.
Are they here with us, Daniela, Alejandra?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
So again, in your case, I would like to know if you found any other difficulties rather than, as Kodo said, the organization or the timing, or if that was your main struggle.
For me, the most difficult thing was to record the voice. It took me a long time to get everything to fit together perfectly. It also took me a long time for the pronunciation to be good, but finally I think I got it and it turned out the way I want. I
Okay.
have spoken with my project group and they have told me that looking for information on certain occasions was difficult, but that there have been also parts where they like it. They also agreed with me that the audio was difficult.
So the main difficulty was recording. Now tell me something a bit more natural, because that maybe sound a bit prepared. When recording, which was the main difficulty of the process of editing the video? Because I created tutorials, but I guessed it was going to be really a difficulty following the tutorials for some people. Well, working on distance with this special situation, as Ruben said before, it was my main worry because of the technical component. I'm not with you guys. I'm working on distance, so I cannot give you support. I just can create tutorials and share my screen. But I wish I could have sent the IT team to your homes to give you more support, but I couldn't. So which was the main difficulty in terms of editing the videos? Daniela?
In my case, I had to try several times for recording the voice.
What did you use for recording that? Did you use WhatsApp, audio recorder from the phone, the computer?
An app from the computer.
So an online a page, I suppose, or you mean the actual? Well, if you're using Windows, I suppose it's the voice recorder. Yes.
Yes, for the app of photos.
Yeah, that also does that. It's true. So there were options. There were many options.
Yes.
Nice.
I also record the video from this app.
Cool.
Yeah, they did. The thing is that I tried to look for options that were already installed in Mac laptops and Windows laptops. So they didn't have to install anything, but some of them had already had programs installed and they knew how they work. So it was easier for them. But for the people, like for example Daniela, it was the first time doing something like that, maybe it was a bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think that's a very good idea because you're making sure we need to make sure from like this in online learning, we need to make sure that everybody can do it, and not everybody has access to the same resources. And this is one of the things that has created one of the biggest debates, right, about online learning. I think these days, many people who didn't believe that we could continue teaching the same way. Or that we can continue teaching, period, we're worried that different kids might not have access to a computer from home, that even if they did, that because what I don't see, I can't control, but how would you say, Javi, that in the end this has come about? What do you think is the result of that? Now, with hindsight, we can look back and say, how was the result, do you think?
In general or related to this?
In general, in online learning.
I think it worked. Actually, I'm quite surprised because at the beginning when we started teaching these online classes, not just this documentary, in general, the online classes, I was amazed because most of the students, if not all of them, were connected during all the classes from the beginning until the end. Were following the lessons, were able to do the tasks because actually it's a part of work of the teacher in this case to organize and make that this works. If you just give them tools to send you all the activities they have to, instead of telling them, oh no, you just need to send this by OneNote and that's it. There's no other option. I think we have options and we have to be kind of flexible, especially in a situation like this one. So maybe it's a bit more of work for us as teachers, But if you give them tools, they are able to do it. And actually, this is what I tried with this task. I tried to consider all the different options and say, okay, what if someone doesn't have a laptop? Well, maybe they can use a tablet or a phone and record and edit the videos using the phone. And I considered that option. So it's a question of considering all the possible options. And even when you think you are considering everything, maybe you are forgetting about it. So reconsider again.
Well. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
If you are asking if it works, if online teaching works, definitely I would say yes.
Yes, I agree with you as well. And I think with these kinds of activities, being brave as you were with this activity is ensuring that also perhaps you guys, the students, I mean now, will not see this in the near future, but by learning to work with software that you're not used to, or even if you're used to, learning to work more deeply with it is giving you skills for when you have a job, because you don't know what you will end up doing in life, really, for a living. I mean, for money, your job, you don't know what your job will be in the future. So maybe you can imagine that if you work in things like marketing, if you work for TV or the radio, or even if you become a teacher yourselves, you are getting skills with all these video editing tools and such. Don't you think, Laura? Was it? Sorry, or Daniela?
Martina, Alejandra, or Marque.
Alejandra, are you there?
Alejandra is the one without microphone. I'm sorry.
Jesus, no. I'm very unlucky. And this is one of the, obviously this happened to me as well. This is one of the challenges of online learning, that because everybody's at home, you can never rely 100% that the student is listening to you, that the student is paying attention. There are ways, obviously, but and for those who think, aha, here it is. Here is the reason why online learning doesn't work. I think I would say, well, in class, even if a student, I don't know how many times I have thought that a student was paying attention to me because they were looking at me, but when you ask them a question, you realize that they must have been thinking about something else. So there's nothing new here, I think. Anyway, so you were asking them about their project, I think.
Yes. I asked them about difficulties. Now I want to go to the other side of the coin. What have you liked the most about this task?
Okay, in my opinion, the best part of making this documentary is the part of editing the clips, joining the videos, cutting up. I love this part as it entertained me a lot, but the part of putting the voice in the video resulted me a little difficult, as already Daniela told. Also, I like the part of looking for information and videos. There I find some interesting facts about my topic. And I already talked with my group and they agree with me. The opinion, what they like it the most about recording this documentary has been the part of looking for information and the video. They also like the part of editing, putting the voice, etc.
So again, I will really appreciate if you tell me the same, but sounding a bit more natural. So tell me your real opinion without preparing anything. I think you said you liked the part of edit. Also, it was difficult. If that's what I understood. You found it difficult, but you liked it. You enjoyed it. Is that what you mean? Martina? I repeat the question.
Sí, lo siento, que es que me tarda en cargar el micro.
You said that you liked the part of editing, although it was quite difficult to edit.
Can you repeat? Es que se escucha fatal aquí en el ordenador.
You. Martina, I don't understand you.
Yeah,
and the rest
this
of
is
the
for
tasks.
this is for an English audience, really. They don't understand Spanish. If we speak Spanish, they don't understand you.
Yeah. So what I said, I repeat again. If that was what
Okay,
you
okay,
mean,
sorry.
I understood the part you like the most was the part of editing, although it was difficult to do it, but you enjoyed while doing it. Is that what you mean?
Yes, I like the part of making the edit of the clips of the video, and because it entertained me a lot.
So as Ruben said before, this is something which is not related to our subject. This is not science. This is, well, it's kind of science, but this is not biology for sure. You like tasks where you need to do different, or to have different skills in order to be able to do them, like in this one, where you have to know something about technology, and in addition, the contents of the topic, which is science. Do you like this combination of different subjects?
Yes, because you learn new things from this topic. In my case, the octopus, and yes.
Cool. You could say you're more responsible for your own learning. Sorry, I cut you off, Javi. I was saying that they are also, from what I hear, they are also more in charge, more responsible for their own learning, really, because they know they have to search for the information, because that will make their project look good, which is it's giving them an additional motivation for finishing the project and researching about the subject, because in learning often you in teaching in general, I think you sometimes have to face a subject that you don't necessarily care about. That's the truth about. So maybe I have to study I don't know, physics, and I am 12 years old, and I don't really understand physics. I don't know what they're good for, but I have to eat them, as it were, right? I have to still do that. So with this, I think with this kind of activities, it's not just you have to do this because it's good for you, because learning is good for your future. This also adds you have to look for information, because if not, your project will look very bad. So yeah, there's no question there. I was just giving my opinion, really. So so Javi, if Javi, while you prepare this second video, I will ask the girls. Martina, are you still there?
Or Marquez, that she didn't speak?
Oh yeah, Sophia.
Yes.
Hello, nice to meet you. I wanted to ask you, Martina mentioned how you guys organized the project a little bit, what the difficult parts were. Now I want to ask you, how does everything start? I mean, so your teacher tells you, you have to do this. He explains everything, etc. But then, how do you start? How do you read the messages in your computer? You start freaking out, probably telling your because this is not something, it's something new, right, that you've never had to do. So you start telling your friends, how are we going to organize this? But then how do you actually start? Do you open a Google page, I suppose, or what do you do?
We organize the we are one thing. I have another question.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But
Okay.
think about my question. Think about my question now.
We organize the all the information, and we so we organize the information, and
Let me explain my question. This is what I mean. What is the first thing you do when you say, okay, I need to start this project? What is the first thing you do?
Well, we organize the work, and then
Do you open a web page, for example? Do you call your friends? Do you use paper? Do you have something to write next to you with paper, or do you never use paper? I'm interested in knowing what you do in your house when you are going to start the project.
we are in we call and we organize the
parts of the work. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and each one
prepares
try
one
to
thing.
Find information of each part.
Cool. Very good. And now, what was your question, Sophie? The one you really were prepared for?
Do you consider that by doing these of activities, you are able to learn something, or you prefer the classic learning with blackboard and explanations?
Okay, so do you consider, Sophia, that with these type of activities you learn something, or do you prefer the classic method with blackboard?
Well, in my opinion and in the opinion of the group, we prefer this type of activities because we work in group. And I think that we have cooperate very well, and all of the group have participate. And it's enjoy to investigate new things.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Actually, they chose their own group, so they decided who they wanted to be with. So I think that was another extra point for them to like this kind of.
Yes, that makes it all the more enjoyable. I think I agree with you. Okay, so shall we watch that project now?
Yes. Well, before playing, Alejandra is another component of the group. She's not able to speak because she doesn't have a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
But to make her involved in this interview as well, she wants to share with you something that she learned and she didn't know because her topic was about muscles, and she didn't know that they have like a kind of, which is called the ESO.
Oh yeah, I can see she sent me something.
Yeah, they stick the rocks with just these filaments. So it's quite amazing, and you are going to see that she explains in the video. Okay.
Cool.
So if you're ready, here we go.
All right.
I'm gonna talk about bivalves, in concrete, clams. Clams are a marine animal that are the most common of bivalve mollusks. They have two shells of equal size, connected by two actor muscles. Clams eat organic rests that they find in water. Clams reproduce sexually. The clams born without a shell. After born, clams try to find a hard shell. Did you know that humans normally eat the largest clams, in concrete scallops? They are the most common and are easily to handle.
The mussel is a bivalve mollusk. It lives colonizing large areas of rock to eat at there by means of the visofilament that are in its food. The filament of the viso with which they are attached to the rocks are very solid, being able to weave woven for making clothes. It lives at a shallow depth in the tidal zone, preferably in very beaten areas with a lot of organic matter in suspension. It feeds on phytoplankton and zooplankton, and even on decomposition organic particles found in seawater by filtering in through gills.
Cuttlefish, also called cuttles, are marine mollusks of the order Cepida. They belong from cephalopods. Cuttlefish have a unique internal cell called cuttlebone. To move, they have a wavy fin that surrounds its mantle and a siphon, which is a muscular tube that helps the cuttles for a fast propulsion. They have advanced eyes with W shape. Cuttlefishes can change their color and texture rapidly, just in a second. These help cuttles from predators, such as dolphins. When it is threatened, they will often release ink from its ink sac. With this advance, they can escape from predators easily. Their reproduction starts when a male grabs the female by the face and inserts a specialized tentacle into an opening. Next, he inserts the sperm sacs. After the female eggs are fertilized, she puts her eggs, also known as sea grapes, in some hole at the bottom of the ocean.
The octopus is a mollusk and invertebrate animal. Also belongs to a subspecies of mollusks called the cephalopods. There are around 300 recognized octopus species. Octopus live in oceans all over the world. Most are pelagic, meaning they live near the water surface in shale, reefs, and crevices. Some species live on the floor of the ocean, making their homes out of the caves. Octopus eat mainly crustaceans, polychaete worms, and other mollusks such as whelks and clams. Open ocean octopus eat mainly prawns, fish, and other cephalopods. When octopus reproduce, the male uses a specialist arm called actocylus to transfer spermatophores from the terminal organ of the reproductive tract into the female's mantle cavity. In the latter scenario, the female keeps the arm until she lays her eggs, at which time she takes the arm out and spreads the sperm over her eggs to fertilize them. The female meticulously cares for her eggs until they have hatched, forgetting food the entire time. She blows currents across the eggs to keep them clean and protect them from predators. The eggs might incubate anywhere from 2 to 10 months, depending on the species and the water temperature. And here's some interesting facts about octopus. Octopus are way old. The oldest known octopus fossil belonged to an animal that lived some 219 million years ago. An octopus have 3 hearts. 2 of the hearts work exclusively to move blood beyond the animal gills.
That was pretty cool. I didn't know. I didn't know that the little bone cuttlefish has inside is called cuttle. It makes sense that the name of the fish is cuttlefish then. And I have Alejandra's message here. She tells me that for her, a very interesting fact that she didn't know about mussels, which was her bid, is that the bicoid filament, I think it's called, of the shell, with which it sticks to rocks, can be used for weaving of clothes. I suppose in out of the sea, not that the fish start to make clothes, which would be amazing. And she says that it's an important and curious fact, which I agree with. I think it's very interesting. I didn't know we use that to make objects with which we can make clothes. Thank you very much, Alejandra, for that. And this is another example of what happens in online teaching with when a student doesn't have a microphone, for example. He can still use the chat thanks to the software that we use for our meetings, video call meetings and such. and they can still be active and participate. And I lost the call with with the group I was talking to. I lost connection for some reason. This is something I could say that this is something that happens in online teaching, but believe me when I tell you that it's the first time it's happened to me ever since we started this quarantine. Never mind, however, I'm trying to reconnect. I think maybe somebody must have kicked me out, which is something that can happen sometimes, or else I must have pressed the wrong button. Sorry, I was kicked out of the call for some reason. Yes, tell me.
That Jose says that the connection is giving to her her problem.
Oh yeah, I read that. Anyway, we have to wrap this up. We have to finish now. We have to leave it here because you guys have probably another lesson. And we do too, actually. So thank you very much for your time. I really enjoyed learning about your projects. I think I think you guys are very lucky that your teachers want to do something other than just Blackboard, or in this case, emails and work. And I'll see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Anytime.
Bye.
And
Bye. Thank you very much, Javi, for showing me your projects. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
So that was it for very interesting, actually, what Javi was telling us. That project, I thought that was very well done. I liked it. Okay, we're gonna take a break now. So we're taking a break, and after that, I'm having my third of ESO A students. That is third of ESO as in like this morning. But this morning I forgot to mention actually. This morning my students were my third of ESO B students. I'm meeting my third of ESO A students after this.
Are you tired of watching Netflix alone? Did you cry watching The Kissing Booth? Do you want a Marco Diaz or Adriana Agresti in your life? Do you spend more time in the friend zone than in your own home? Then download Salupa, a dating app for El Valle students. With this app, you will find your own Noah Flynn. Salupa, the best choice for your lonely life. We have the alternative for your bad days. If you come to see us in the playground, we will have ballots available for all of you. You will get them for €2.
You're listening to Valley FM. You're listening to Valley FM.
Valley FM. Everything the light touches is the valley, valley, valley. Valley FM. Everything the light touches is the valley, 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 valley.
Are you struggling to pass that stupid subject? Do you need some help with the next exam?
We have the best cheat notes of Francinaro. We cover everything from ESO exams to BACH exams.
Buy two and receive a free German cheat note. Brutal cheat notes. Simply brutal.
Es la leche.
Tired of leaving school and having to take the bus? Do not suffer anymore. Now, with our premium limousine service, you can go home comfortably, and the best thing is that you will not have to share a seat with anyone. Before, at 50 euros a month, now only at 49,99. Do not miss this incredible offer. Call now and get your premium limousine service.
Are you tired of watching Netflix alone? Did you cry watching Monsters Inc? Do you want an Emma Watson, Scarlett Johansson in your life? Do you spend more time in the friend zone than in your own home? Then download Salupa, a dating app for El Valle students. With this app, you will find your own Kate Beckett. Salupa, the best choice for your lonely life.
Do you hate shopping and having to buy many different colored t-shirts? Because here we bring you a color themed t-shirt for every day.
Are you tired of watching Netflix alone? Did you cry watching The Kissing Booth? Do you want a Marco Diaz or Adriana Agreste in your life? Do you spend more time in the friend zone than in your own home?
Then download Salupa, a dating app for El Valle students.
With this app, you will find your own Noah Flynn. Salupa, the best choice for your lonely life.
We have the alternative for your bad days. If you come to see us in the playground, we will have ballots available for all of you. You will get them for €2.
Tired of leaving school and having to take the bus? Do not suffer anymore. Now, with our premium limousine service, you can go home comfortably, and the best thing is that you will not have to share a seat with anyone. Before, at 50 euros a month, now only at 49,99. Do not miss this incredible offer. Call now and get your premium limousine service.
Are you tired of watching Netflix alone? Did you cry watching Monsters Inc? Do you want an Emma Watson, Scarlett Johansson in your life?
Do you spend more time in the friend zone than in your own home?
Then download Salupa, a dating app for El Valle students.
With this app, you will find your own Kate Beckett.
Salupa, the best choice for your lonely life.
You're listening to Valley FM.
Are you tired of watching Netflix alone?
Did you cry watching The Kissing Booth?
Do you want a Marco Diaz or Adriana Agreste in your life?
Do you spend more time in the friend zone than in your own home?
Then download Salupa, a dating app for El Valle students.
With this app, you will find your own Noah Flynn. Salupa, the best choice for your lonely life.
Are you tired of watching Netflix alone?
Did you cry watching The Kissing Booth?
Do you want a Marco Diaz or Adriana Agreste in your life?
Do you spend more time in the friend zone than in your own home?
Then download Salupa, a dating app for El Valle students.
With this app, you will find your own Noah Flynn. Salupa, the best choice for your lonely life.
Hey, did you hear Valley FM's back?
That's groovy.
You're listening to Valley FM.
Valley FM. Everything the light touches is the valley, 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 valley.
We have the alternative for your bad days. If you come to see us in the playground, we will have ballots available for all of you. You will get them for €2.
Hey, Did you hear Valley FM's back?
That's groovy.
This is Valley FM.
Are you struggling to pass that stupid subject? Do you need some help with the next exam?
We have the best cheat notes of Francinaro. We cover everything from ESO exams to BACH exams.
Buy two and receive a free German cheat note. Brutal cheat notes. Simply brutal.
Es la leche.
Do you think your parents might kill you if they go to your tutorial? Do you want to be able to leave early whenever you want? Then you should hire our services. We offer actors to play your mother or father and go to your tutorials instead of your real ones. And give you fake permission to leave early. Only for a small fee. Call us.
Are you tired of your backpack of always? Here you have a purchase for a brand new backpack every day. Do you hate shopping and having to buy many different colored t-shirts? Because here we bring you a color 10 t-shirt for every day. We have the alternative for your bad days. If you come to see us in the playground, we will have ballots available for all of you. You will get them for €2.
Tired of leaving school and having to take the bus? Do not suffer anymore. Now, with our premium limousine service, you can go home comfortably, and the best thing is that you will not have to share a seat with anyone. Before, at 50 euros a month, now only at 49,99. Do not miss this incredible offer. Call now and get your premium limousine service.
There is a novelty in the market. The new Reuben juice comes full of vitamins so that children never get tired of playing and never stop speaking English.
Do you think your parents might kill you if they go to your tutorial? Do you want to be able to leave early whenever you want? Then you should hire our services. We offer actors to play your mother or father and go to your tutorials instead of your real ones. And give you fake permission to leave early. Only for a small fee. Call us.
You're listening to Valley FM.
Valley FM. Everything the light touches is the valley. Valley, valley, valley.
Hey, did you hear Valley FM's back?
That's groovy.
We have the alternative for your bad days. If you come to see us in the playground, we will have ballots available for all of you. You will get them for €2.
This is Valley FM.
Do you hate shopping and having to buy many different colored t-shirts? Because here we bring you a color 10 t-shirt for every day.
You're listening to Valley FM.
Are you struggling to pass that stupid subject? Do you need some help with the next exam?
We have the best cheat notes of Francinaro. We cover everything from ESO exams to BACH exams.
Buy two and receive a free German cheat note. Brutal cheat notes. Simply brutal.
Es la leche.
Tired of leaving school and having to take the bus? Do not suffer anymore. Now, with our premium limousine service, you can go home comfortably, and the best thing is that you will not have to share a seat with anyone. Before, at 50 euros a month, now only at 49,99. Do not miss this incredible offer. Call now and get your premium limousine service.
There is a novelty in the market. The new Reuben juice comes full of vitamins so that children never get tired of playing and never stop speaking English.
Do you think your parents might kill you if they go to your tutorial? Do you want to be able to leave early whenever you want? Then you should hire our services. We offer actors to play your mother or father and go to your tutorials instead of your real ones. And give you fake permission to leave early, only for a small fee. Call us.
Are you tired of your backpack of always? Here you have a purchase for a brand new backpack every day.
Okay, we're back from the break. I'm sorry it took so long, but you know, it's the playground and all of that. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not really a radio, although we sound like one, or so people are telling us. We are a school, and so schools have timetables, and sometimes those timetables include eating and going to the toilet, which I needed to do, both of them. So, like I said, like I promised, now within 5 minutes, more or less, I have class with my third of ESO A students, which gives us time to introduce something I'm very glad about that happened this year. So you will remember, I'm sure, Jorge from 2 years ago, if you are a Valley FM fan, and Gabriel, our DJ. He was also our DJ in 4th FM, which was a subsidiary, let's say, a version of Valley FM that we had during this year. Well, they are nothing good, or everything good, in fact. Let me explain. They have a rock band, that they set up a couple years ago, as we were doing Valley FM, actually. If you remember, they had a music section in the program. They got together and they created their rock band called Nothing Good, which, like I said, it's really quite the opposite, actually, because they are pretty good. And for the first time ever, I think, in a radio, I'll have to ask the guys, actually, because I don't know that might be accurate. I don't know if they've been on the radio before or not. But here is, for the first time in Valley FM, this is Nothing Good with their tune, the latest album, also called Nothing Good. This is Olivia.
Olivia, you're the fucking master. Olivia, your hair is shining. Olivia, you think you're the fastest. Well, Olivia, you're such a disaster. Your hair was shining in the sky. Your eyes were crying, oh, were crying in the night. Oh, help me, I can't remember. True. Oh girl, you've got me crazy. Oh, got me crazy again. Olivia, you're the fucking master. Well, Olivia, your hair is shining. Well, Olivia, you think you're the fastest. Well, Olivia, you're such a disaster. Whoa, whoa. crying in the night. Oh, help me, I can't remember. Ooh, I just can't remember the truth. Oh, girl, you've got me crazy. Whoa, whoa, really crazy. Again, Olivia, you're the fucking master. Wow, Olivia, your hair is shining. Wow, Olivia, you think you're the fastest. Wow, Olivia, you're such a disaster. You're the fucking master, Olivia. Your hair is shining, Olivia. You think you're the fastest, wow, Olivia. You're such a disaster, wow, Olivia.
Nothing good here on Valley FM. We're very proud to say that they were part of Valley FM, and personally, I'm very proud to say that they were my English students. I mean, for a Spanish band composed by a couple of teenagers, really aged 17, I think Jorge and Gabriel are now, to be singing in English, I think is pretty awesome. They are 16 now that I think about it. Yeah. At least Gabriel turned 16 recently. Okay, hello. Hello, guys.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much for being quiet on the other side and letting the music play. You didn't know there was music playing, right?
Yes. I was
You could hear
watching
it.
yeah.
So
Yes, I
you
was
are
watching the video.
you're listening to it. Great.
Yes.
Perfect. That's
I
brilliant.
also was watching it.
Perfect. Great. Did you hear your ad, Juanita?
Yes, I hear it.
It played like 5 times.
Yes.
It's really good. It's really good. I really like your ad. It's very legit. It's very realistic, I think. Anyway, how was your weekend? Are you guys doing all right?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Okay. So the idea with this, because it's the first time, right, for you guys. So the idea with this radio thing that I want to do, with this Valley FM project that I want to do all throughout June, is that we explain to an audience who is not necessarily acquainted. Acquainted means that familiar with how school works, and ultimately how online learning has been working for the last almost 3 months, or how it works now, that we try to explain that to them, both by broadcasting our lessons the way we are doing now, because this is a lesson, isn't it? I mean, it's what we normally do. We meet at 10 past 11 every Monday, and depending on the day, right, we do one thing or other. But on Mondays, normally, since we came back from, I think it was from Easter, we've been dedicating Mondays to writing, if you remember. So yeah, can anyone explain from your perspective how online learning has worked? As in, for my subject, for example, how does it work? When do you know if you have to connect? When you connect, what happens? What do you do? What do you look for?
There's app which is Teams, and by Teams. We can see if we have class in the calendar.
Great.
Or if we doesn't. And then we.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Then
Go
we
ahead.
join, and the same as a person's class in the school, but by a screen.
How do you know what you have to do in every class?
It depends on the teacher and the day, because some days the teacher can tell you by a video conference that we have to do something, or he or she can text a message on the chat, or create an assignment.
Great.
We can know it by there.
Yeah, different ways. You explained all the different ways very well, I think. I am a big fan of both. Writing a message, as you remember, with because that message also helps me keep track of who's in class and who isn't, because I asked, if you remember, I asked my students to like my message, which is something they can do. They can react. They can react to messages in the chat, so they like messages. And I basically go over that thumbs up button to see if my list of students is complete. When it's not, I know someone is not in my class. Perfect. So, like I said, yeah, I'm a big fan of writing the message, but also I like to obviously explain things before you guys get to work to your assignments or whatever it is we have to do for the class, for the lesson. I also like to at least give a little explanation speaking about it, let's say, in case there are any. Right, so today what we are going to do is we're just going to speak about social relationships. Now, this is something we spoke about at the beginning of the year, if you remember. Does anybody remember, hopefully?
No.
No,
You can
thank
talk,
you.
Ruben.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just talking with you. But yeah, thanks for asking, Lola. So yeah, Lucas tells me he doesn't remember, so it's just as well, really. In fact, it's great that you guys don't remember, because then
Yes, I remember one thing that we did with Laura that was like answering question about one question was that if we like smaller groups or larger groups
Very
and
good.
those things.
What type of social? Yes, very good. Now, Laura, the person Lola is speaking of, is another teacher in the school, or in fact, a teacher in training, shall we say. She's a teacher in another stage, in nursery, in the school, but she's training to become a secondary school teacher. So she was training alongside myself, and we sometimes had class together with 3A, with third of ESO A, which is where we are now. We're also in Valley FM, as you know, which is the radio for El Valle Santinaro School that we created. It's of course an English radio, because we are that international. That's how we roll. And we're talking about social relationships. Now, I'd like to talk about. I'm sorry to be a bore with the quarantine stuff, but last week, if you remember, no, 2 weeks ago, I think we were talking about the quarantine side effects, let's say, and the sequels that is going to have on all of us. And I remember Lola asked me, because I expressed the opinion that I thought this is going to obviously reshape the world the way we know it, and that we should try and anticipate that this isn't going to end one day magically and disappear, but that it will, shall we say, have some things that we have relearned here will stay, let's say. So Lola asked me, which sort of things do you think will change or won't come back from the life we used to have before the virus, before the quarantine, before coronavirus? Remember, Lola? Loads, you there?
What?
So I was just saying, if you remember a couple of weeks ago when we talked about coronavirus and the effect it will have on our lives when it's over, you said you were asking me which sort of things you think would change.
Yes.
Yes. Now, one of those things that I think are changing and perhaps and hopefully not for good, but for a while, let's say, is social relationships, I think. And that's the reason why I want to talk about that. Because obviously, during the quarantine, social relationships have been affected, let's say, by the quarantine. And I think the way they've been affected will probably stay for a little longer, especially now that we have to wear masks, keep a social distance, as we call it here in Spain, and there's a limit. There's a limit to how many people can get together in either a house or even in a street reunion, things like that. So now I ask you, and anyone really can answer this question: how do you think social relationships, or how have you felt social relationships to have changed during the quarantine? How were your social relationships different?
I don't know, really. I haven't seen much difference.
You haven't seen much difference? So,
Yes, obviously, when we went to the first time to the street, you have to be with the mascarilla.
Mask.
Yes,
Facial
and
mask.
like you have to be at 2 meters off your friends. And like people is more scared to be near of you.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
That's the thing that I saw.
So very good, very good. So those are the things that happen now. But coming back to what Lucas said, I mean, you don't think things have changed? Do you mean now or during the quarantine? Because I was also asking about the quarantine. During the quarantine, my social relationships at least have changed in that I had to call my friends if I wanted to, or WhatsApp message them if I wanted to keep in touch. I couldn't just say, shall we go and I don't know, play basketball or go for a drink. I couldn't do that, could I?
No.
No.
So how was that different?
For me, some things have changed because, like, going to school was like an obligation to have contact with your friends, and now you have to not select, but just with some of them. So with others that you have contact in the school, it was like you lose that connection.
Uh-huh. That's very, I think that's very clever to say. That's a very clever thing to say. It's true that we have because we've had to reduce, let's say, our because we can't be on the phone all day, right? Especially you have a lot of work to do from the school, so you can't be on the phone today every day saying, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna go one by one through every contact on my phone and ask them how they are doing and have a meaningful conversation with them." That's not possible. So you reduce, yes, let's say your range of contacts to the people you care about the most.
Yes,
Maybe.
you have to choose the people that you want to talk
With. Especially
Yes.
your best friends, basically. So the people that come to mind
because
easily.
the people that you see in the school that maybe you have a good relationship, but they are not like your best friends, or you don't have a near relationship. Now you aren't going to call them because like it's not important for you.
Yeah,
but in the
exactly.
school you can talk with them because they are. Yes.
Yeah. I agree with you, Lola. It makes all the difference, and in fact, that's one of the things that has changed. We're obviously not going to say names, but it's true that some people that I know people that I see every day they make me very happy. It makes me very happy to say hello to them or something, but I don't even have their phone numbers. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not your case because in class you spend a lot of time together, but I don't have. I know someone in the dining room who works in the kitchen in the school. Her name is Nines. I hope she's doing okay. I don't think she's under. If she's listening to this, I don't think she will understand. But well, basically, every time I see her every day. Every time I see her, she's smiling, and she makes my day a little better just by smiling and being so cheerful always. So she's a person that gives meaning to my daily life, let's say, because I remember her. If she wasn't there one day, I would notice. However, I don't have her phone. I can't talk to her now and say, Nines, how are you doing? You all right? I hope she's doing all right, but I can't have contact with her. So that obviously has affected our relationship as humans. And I think that's what Jules was trying to say. Great. Okay, so more questions. Let me ask you more questions. Sarah, are you there?
Yes.
Are you a sociable person, would you say?
No.
No. We have this expression in English that I think you might remember. We saw in class one day. It's to be a people's person. Does anybody remember what that was?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah. To be a people's person.
I don't know.
It's like
that you are like that you meet with a lot of people and talk with a lot of people.
Very good. It's basically,
and it's easy to you.
Yeah, it's easy for you.
That
It's,
you're very sociable.
You're very sociable. Very good, Juanita and Lola. You like being around people. You're comfortable there. So you're a people's person. That means you're one of the gang. Let's say you're one of them with everybody. Really makes you feel comfortable, and you make other people feel comfortable.
But
Now, yes.
I mean that depending with who, because maybe I don't want to have I don't know how to explain it. That maybe I don't want to hang out with that person.
Yeah, I think I see your point. So it depends. What you're trying to say is it depends on the group of people or the person.
Both.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is obviously a very subjective thing. It depends on how you look at it, because if I ask you, are you a people's person? Maybe the concept you have of a people's person is different to the one I have. So maybe you say, no, I am not. However, when I look at you, I see someone, now that I know you know, after a year, I would say that everybody, you make other people feel comfortable around you. So everybody likes you, let's say, and I would say that that's the definition of a people's person. But obviously, you feel more comfortable with, let's say, your best friends, maybe, or people who mean so much to you, than in big groups where you don't know anybody that well. What about other people? Rebecca, I know you're there.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry. Are you a people's person? Would you say?
A what?
Are you a people's person? Meaning, are you sociable? Are you a social
depending
being?
on the day.
Depending on the day. Are you one today?
Yeah, because today I have a birthday and I have to be with people that I don't know, but I feel like I'm sociable today. So
Today, well, that's pretty convenient, because when you have to go to a party and you don't know many people and you don't want to meet them, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Great. How many people are going to that party? Don't see anything illegal. The police might be listening to this, so be careful.
I think we're gonna be 7, 8.
Perfect.
And it's in a big house, so we can have the social distance.
Great. It didn't sound like this is prepared and this is what you want other people to hear.
No, it's true.
It's the truth. It sounds.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
sounds. It sounds very convincing. I mean, you convinced me.
It's true.
To be honest, I haven't made plans with more than 5 people yet. I think that must mean. Do you think that means I am a boring person?
No.
Please don't answer. Okay. Now, Carol, are you there? Carol, are you there? See, this is something that happens. This is something that happens sometimes for the audience to understand. This is something that happens often in online learning or online teaching. I don't know what Carol is doing. She's there. I mean, you can see her icon, but because she's not showing me her camera, I cannot really know if she's there or not. Maybe she's sleeping next to the computer or phone or wherever she's speaking the call from, but it's difficult to know, which makes it all the more special when I have people like Rebecca, Lola, Jules, Juanita, Sarah, who are always there, and when I say their names, they say yes or no or whatever. Jose as well, sorry, I forgot to say, and many more people, obviously, from this class. So my question for Carol, I can make to Jose, for example. Jose, do you find people annoying? And if so, when?
It depends of the moment and the people.
And the person, right? Can you find an example of when you find people annoying?
Well, for example, this is that can happens to everyone. When you say hello, and they say you like hello, and by inside they say, "What are you asking me? What are you saying? Hello? Why? Why are you asking?"
I think I get it. Yeah. What about now with the quarantine? Not with the Did you have many arguments through WhatsApp or via WhatsApp during the obviously in groups or things like that in the quarantine period with your friends? Yes.
Yes.
Can you give me an example or just explain it to me?
I can give you an example.
Please do.
When we had like a group a long time ago in summer, and now in quarantine, like we have a talk again all, and we've made a group, and now we are friends again.
Oh, nice. That's a very good one. Well, the question was my question was in the line of have you had arguments with people during the quarantine because and this was the second part of the question really. Do you think that we have been more irritable, or have you found yourself to be more irritable, like more easily angry because we were locked down at home?
I don't think like I was like that, but I was like less sociable, that I want to be more time with me and not to talk to any of the members of my family. Like,
yeah, to be alone, to be left alone, let's say.
Yes.
Has anyone else had this?
I found some friends like they were calling all the time, and it was horrible. That's horrible, because you want to be like sometimes in your own, in all time, like not all the time, but 2 times a day.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't necessary.
Yes, sometimes I invent that I had class because nobody's from my class, so they don't know if I had class or not. So I say that yes, and they don't.
And they were like, you have class at 8 p.m. at night, and you're like, oh yeah, totally. The timetable is different now. It's the quarantine timetable.
Yeah, because many people are bored at home, so they write you and they tell you their lives, and you're like, I'm stressed. I don't want to talk with anyone. Please don't write me.
Yeah. I'll give you an example from my perspective. If somebody, and I think you will have realized that it's happened here during this call. If somebody, when you're like this, having a conversation over the phone, really, which is what we're doing, but including video, etc. Especially now that there's a lot of us. If somebody, let's say, is not interested in the conversation, what they do is they leave the call without saying goodbye, and it's something that you cannot do in face to face, or it would be very rude. You know, if you're in a room, there's a lot of people. Somebody says to themselves suddenly, "I don't want to be here. I want to go home." Or I just want to go do something else. You don't just stand up and go without an explanation. You say something. Whereas, sadly, I think with having to do everything online like we are doing now, that's one of the negative aspects. That you can be more rude. You can be rude to people more often, I think, because nothing much happens really.
Yes, because and later people say that no, my Wi-Fi gets out. And
yeah, exactly. You're more protected, let's say, by the. Have you ever heard the term troll?
Yes.
Referred to this. It's the perfect scenario for trolls, really, if you think about it. Right, Caesar? Am I right? Caesar, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Don't you think that because of online learning, it's easier to become a troll?
I don't know. I think that yes.
I think it's easier for people to I've heard I haven't had this experience actually, but I've heard we have to sell the whole idea, right? We have to try and communicate the whole idea of what online learning was. But I've heard cases of people who told me there was teachers. I mean, there was a kid from another class who came into my class, was invited by someone in the video call, obviously, and started disrupting it. Right? So yeah, it's like a game. It's like a prank, obviously for that person. But it's possible thanks to the protection that you have with being at home. Because what is the worst thing?
Do that because they know that the teachers cannot see them, or maybe don't know who is the person that is making that, so they do it because they think this is funny, but sometimes it's not.
That's right. They are protected by anonymity, let's say, by being on the strength that they are anonymous. Right. It's pretty much what happens. I think this has taught us a lot. So this is what's beneficial about it. This has taught us a lot about what happens in social media when people have stupid arguments in the YouTube comment section, for example, or in the have you seen this before? Like when people have an argument in the comment sections of videos, or Instagram, for example, in the comments.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Especially with famous people, right? They say, "Oh, she's fat. Look, she's fat." And then somebody, a big fan says, "Oh, you are the one who's fat. I don't know you at all, but I start insulting you," and then an argument starts, right? That happens because you're not face to face. Because if you were, at the very least, I think you'd be scared to create conflict with the other person, because nobody likes that. Right? I think very few people like conflict per se by itself. What do you think? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, right, coming back to the questions I was asking, Hugo, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Are you more comfortable in big groups or in small groups? Classic question.
I am more comfortable in small groups because if I am in big groups with my friends, but with other friends of my friends,
Yeah.
I don't have relationship between the other friends, the other ones.
Yeah.
So I am more comfortable with my friends, only my friends.
Yeah. Does it happen to you what Rebecca said earlier, that there are days when you are more open to meeting new people, and other days when you just feel like being with your own friends? Yeah, I think that happens to everybody, right? It's up to, I think sometimes it's up to your mood that day. You understand mood, yeah? Mood is like your humor.
Yes.
We say in Spanish. Right. It depends on obviously not just one factor. There are many factors. The way you feel, the way other people are that day, who it is that you're meeting. Okay, next question is for Isabel. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Another thing that. Ooh, I can hear myself.
Yes, I don't know why.
There you go. Now it's fine. So another thing that I think has to do with social relationships, and at the same time, new things that we are going to have to adapt to with the quarantine is social relationships or social contact, let's say, with people in shops. So let's say you go to a shop now because you want to go out clothes shopping. You need clothes, and you go into a shop with the intention to buy clothes. How different do you think things are going to be now, or are now, if you have already been shopping?
Well, I think that it's going to be very different because when people enter in a shop, they will be like, when they are next to someone, they will be like, please give me a space, 2 meters. And also, people is going to be scared of going to shop, or they're going to start shopping more online and that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that's something I agree with you completely. And that's something that we didn't used to have because we never used to be scared that someone was too close to us. Or maybe, yes, we were, but the concept of too close was different, right? If you're in the underground, the metro, we call it in Madrid, you are in the tube or a train that's very, very packed full of people, and people are next to you, too near in fact, that you can, between smell them and taste them, in between, that close. If people are that close to you, and there's a lot of people in the car, let's say in the train car, then you used to just accept it, right? There was nothing you could do. When you live in a city, it's like that. All those people have to go somewhere, and that's the way it is. You just accepted it. Whereas now, people are not going to accept even, I think below 1 meter, less than a meter, starts to worry you, right? You start to feel uncomfortable and say, I need my space now. So we all have developed, I think, that social distance fear, or don't you think, Isa?
Yes, I think.
Yeah. Right. So, who should I ask now? Lola, or anyone really who wants to answer this. What about social media now? Let's talk about social media in general. Don't you think that, well, to begin with, do you think? Imagine the quarantine never happened. So before the quarantine, let's say, for example, did you think that you were addicted to social media? Would you say that you are addicted to social media? I know we've discussed this in class before, but
No.
you don't think you are?
I think that, for example, sometimes when I was with friends, I use much the mobile phone, and now before this, I don't do it because I I don't know how to say it.
Don't worry, I'll help you. You mean right before the quarantine or because of it and after it?
Because before the quarantine, no. Now I realize that before the quarantine,
Okay.
I used much the mobile phone.
Than now.
For example, when I was with friends or something like that, and now when I'm with my friends, I don't use it because now I see the value of being with them.
Because you value it more, exactly. Yeah. Yes. I agree with you. I remember this weekend. In fact, I had one of those moments when I was with my mother and sister, and my mom was telling me something, and it was just an anecdote, but I was paying 200% attention to what she was saying. I was so much into what she was saying, and I remember my phone I was getting text messages because my phone was vibrating in my pocket, and I thought to myself, maybe before the quarantine I would have had
the impulse of get the mobile
exactly
phone.
the impulse of taking out my mobile phone and looking, and obviously getting distracted from what my mother was saying, which is something that we had all begun to do, I think, before the quarantine, and maybe even now. But that is so rude, really, because someone's talking to you, aren't they? So you should be paying attention to that. So maybe, thanks to the quarantine, thanks to us having spent so much time without our loved ones, now we want to rejoice, let's say, in their stories, and so yeah, I agree with you.
Yes, but not only with social media, because I don't think that the quarantine is good, but I know of most of people that goes out of the quarantine like valuing all things. Maybe that you before this you doesn't matter, Ruben.
No, I understand you. Maybe before this quarantine, you didn't used to. I think those are the words you were looking for. You didn't used to be. You didn't used to do so much sport, for example, so much exercise. You didn't used to spend so much time outside. In fact, maybe you had a life like you were some sort of rat boy, like we sometimes like to say. You were a rat boy, and you were always in your house after school, just playing video games. And now, thanks to this is just a possibility. Obviously, we're talking about. Maybe there are many different cases, but it is only maybe if we try to look positively into the outcome of the quarantine. Maybe now those rat boys of the world are coming out more, and they are trying to, see the light of day or of the sun. It's just a possibility. Is that more or less what you were trying to develop? Okay, wonderful. Right. Now I have to ask you. Well, I'll ask you one more thing about social relationships, and then a final question. Right. Sorry. Yeah. When you go to parties, like Rebecca today, let's say you're at this party and somebody comes to speak to you, and that person, is one of those people that everybody speaks about not very well, let's say. Everybody says, oh, he's so boring, or she is so boring, or I don't like the way he thinks about politics, or I don't like the way he thinks about school or whatever. What do you do? Do you still listen to them respectfully? Do you try to argue with them? Do you escape? What do you do?
I think I would talk to that person because, in my opinion, I didn't know him or her, so I cannot judge before
Exactly.
I know that person.
Wow, that is like the best possible answer, Jules. I think that is the most tolerant answer I've ever heard, or at least today that I remember. I've heard many answers because I've been asking a lot of questions today, but that right there is the most tolerant answer I've heard. What do other people think? And be honest. Try to be honest. Say no. I don't have to put up with that. I run and I try to. Or I call someone, I tell them, hey, Javi, have you met this guy? And then you leave. And you leave them there with the brown, as we say in Spanish, with the problem.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, it wasn't really a question. I was just trying to be silly. I was saying that imagine you were at at a party, yeah,
Okay.
with friends, and somebody comes to you, and that person is very. It's just the kind of person that doesn't make their stories very interesting, and he makes them very long. Do you
Yes.
understand, Juanita? So,
Yes.
so he's talking to you for a while, and you say, "How do I escape now? How do I? I'm gonna be stuck here." He doesn't even want to listen to me. He just wants to talk about his own stories that are not very interesting to begin with. So, what do? Do you stay there and be a good Christian? Are you a good Christian there? Are you just stay, or you escape somehow?
For respect, I think I will stay, and I will try to make the conversation more interesting.
Good. To take the conversation under control, under your control, and lead it wherever you want it to go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right. So thank you very much, guys, for helping me today. I just have one more question for you. What was your favorite moment of this year?
In what, in class or?
Very good answer. A very good question. I meant in my subject. One of the things that, but if you have something else that is relevant in the school, obviously, let's say in school, what was your favorite moment of the year?
I can select one. I think all the funny moments are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, me either.
But can you like give an example of one that you remember, even if it's not your most favorite moment, but
When it's the only moment that right now I remember when we were in music class and I throw a bucket of paint.
I know what Sarah is saying.
I tried blackboard because I didn't want to see the movie, and then it all went to the floor.
Okay, let me get this straight because I don't understand it. You were in music, the subject, in the subject of music in class, and you didn't want to. The teacher, I suppose, was playing a film.
Yes,
but you didn't want to see that film.
No.
And what happened?
And then I throw it, and then it popped in the floor.
You threw what?
A bottle, thing of paint.
Jesus, really?
Yes, and then we, like, Azucena was out of the class, and we started all to get papers and do a war of papers. And then when Azucena came, it was all the floor, full of balls of paper and with paint of Sarah.
Oh my God. Oh, I remember that. I remember going into class one day and the everything, the ceiling, the floor was full of paper balls. That was terrible. I remember that. So I missed the funny part. I only saw the result. And in fact, I remember I had to.
There were some times when Don Javier was shouting at us, you started laughing.
Yeah. Yes. So for the audience, for anyone who's listening to this and doesn't know, Don Javier is their tutor, their form tutor. Everybody in Spain, in the way we organize things, every class has a teacher of reference, and we call that a tutor. They're not legally their tutor or anything. It's just that it's the person that has a direct channel with the students' parents, let's say. And so, Sarah, you're saying that Don Javier was shouting at you, and I laughed.
Yes, sometimes.
Because I was there. Yeah, many times, in fact. And I have to say in my defense that I have this condition. I think it's something that I have to take medication for or something. I, for some reason, ever since I was a kid, I think it must be immaturity. Ever since I was a kid, when somebody shouts, I laugh. It's my response to the shouts. Unless I am very angry as well. If I'm angry as well and the person is shouting at me, that something boils inside of me, and obviously I want to shout back. But I think I manage not to most of the time. I just don't like shouting. And it makes me nervous when people shout because for me, it's not something normal. So I laugh. And because we're live on radio, I'll just say that I am sorry that it's not a very good example when a teacher is, angry at you. And if he was right, obviously, if the content was right, then I am sorry that I wasn't setting a good example. In fact, I tried to cover my mouth for you guys not to see that I was laughing, but obviously I failed because you remember that I was laughing. So yeah, I apologize for that.
Yes,
but,
you did the same with me. I was at the corridor with.
It's a problem. It's a problem because I can't. I remember my dad got even angrier when I was a kid. He would start shouting at me, and I would try as I could to bite my lips or something, do this. And try for it not to show that I was laughing, but obviously it's even worse when you try to cover it. So he got even angrier. He got so angry he went mad completely, telling me, "So you're laughing?" And I was like, "No, I'm not doing it on purpose." Let's say. So yeah, it's a problem. It's very bad. It's very bad. I should grow up one of these days, maybe. Anyway, we've reached the end of our lesson today, which is also I think the third hour. If I'm
Yes.
Yeah, the third hour of the show today of Valley FM. So thank you very much for joining me, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be meeting you guys at 12. I'll try to have some games that we can play. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for helping me out today. Bye.
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 Great time.
Bye, Ruben.
Okay, so that was it for third of ESO A. One of my, don't tell them, but one of my favorite classes. Although I think they know already. I have to say, from a teacher's perspective, it's just so great when you introduce a topic. No matter what the topic is, how strange it sounds, how abstract it is, to a group, and they just respond. They just they're ready to speak about it, no matter what it is. It's just so satisfactory. So next up here at Valley FM is first of baccalaureate, really. These guys are in, to give you a little context here, it would be our 11th graders if you're listening to us and you're from the US, 12th graders if you're from the UK. They're just, they're in their 5th year of secondary school. In preparation, here in Spain, we separate secondary school in 4 mandatory years, 1st to 4th. These last guys, the last group was in 3rd of ESO, so some of them are becoming 15 this year, or already have this year, or 2020, I mean, not the academic year. That's how old they are, more or less, unless they've had to repeat the year at some point. They've been put back at some point in their careers. The next group is becoming 17 this year, so big deal, really, or at least that's how they feel about themselves. They all think that they are hot stuff, really, and they think very highly of themselves, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not criticizing here, but you will feel the difference in that the way they speak is almost like you're talking to adults here, which is also very very interesting from a teacher's point of view. Until then, here is Tokyo Blues by Nothing Good.
In 1969, there was a rainy night, oh yeah, at the Tokyo Blues. Love is a choice that can reach a revolution. We don't want to take risks. Why we don't want to end with a hoax. Whoa, please don't go. Wow, please stay at the Tokyo Blues.
Hi.
Hello.
Listen to music. What's up, huh?
Oh, I'm looking for love at the Turkey Blues. Well, I'm looking for love at the Tokyo Blues.
Right, that was Nothing Good here on Valley FM, introducing first of Baccalaureate B, really, whom I talked about just a minute ago. Hello, guys, how's it going?
Hi.
Hi, sorry about the confusion. I thought I would have time to write the message saying, please let the song play, but obviously, if you're not listening to the show, you don't know that I'm playing music. So I beg your pardon, I'm sorry. That's why, if you're listening to this, that's why you could hear some greetings, some people saying hello in the middle of the song. Anyway, wow, I'm impressed with how many people joined the call today. It makes me very happy that you guys are all here and ready to go.
It's different when it's not 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Tell us a bit about that, Hannah. Why don't you like 9 o'clock?
I prefer sleeping.
Hmm.
Like now, I have finished my last class, and it's like, well, I'm okay, I can join.
Yeah. So now you're more likely to join my class because it's 12 o'clock right now. What about? I remember you used to have like lessons at 8 when we were in face-to-face teaching, right?
That is past.
That is
was
fast.
tomorrow.
We're living the present. We have to live the moment. Fair enough. Fair enough. Very good. Fair play. What about other people? Are you? This question was not really in the script. I'm not, but this reminds me of something. Are you more of a morning person or an evening person?
An evening person for sure.
I'm an evening
person.
Yeah.
I do nothing in the mornings.
Yeah, it's like I'm dead in the mornings. I
You're
don't exist.
Well,
I'm
that's
not quite dead, but I'm like I can't do anything right now. I'll do this later after I eat.
yeah. What about Lucas? Because Lucas is an athlete. He's a sports person. So, well, so is Hannah, really.
Like, I think I'm in person, but if I sleep like after having lunch, I'm as in the morning, so I'm not so useful at evenings if I have a little snack.
I'm not so useful. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that. When you don't sleep enough, when you don't get enough sleep, and you don't sleep enough hours, it's hard. And especially now in the quarantine, I think what with so little effort during the day, you're never tired, so you never go to sleep at a reasonable time. So well, when you have to wake up the next day, you're not ready really because you haven't slept enough. So how was that for you during the quarantine, having classes at 9 o'clock? I'm interested to see or to show the audience, whoever is listening, how it works for you. As in, did you download the app on your phone and you just picked up the call and went to sleep again? Did you open the computer from the bed? Because I remember some of you told me once, I am literally in bed right now, and my alarm sounded at 1 minute to 9 o'clock, I opened the computer and I am talking to you now, Ruben. So be thankful, be appreciative of this, right?
Yes.
I think it was the case for some of you that you didn't wake up until the last minute really before the class.
Always.
Always.
Oh, I take a shower.
I think that I've gotten out of bed like at 9 a.m. 2 times the whole quarantine.
Mm-hmm. And
But
do
for
you not
example,
think? No. Yeah, go ahead, Lucas. Sorry.
I lead with this, like with waking up and turning on the computer better than on September when we start like the new times because we never had an 8 morning class. So I lead with this better than in September. In September, all mornings I fell asleep on the classes,
It's
and
true. I remember that you were
it
struggling.
was a disaster.
Also because you have to train in the evenings. So most days you would get home at 11 or 12. And so obviously if you have to wake up at 7 in order to be able to in order to be in class at 8, you're not getting enough sleep every day. And perhaps because you do how many hours do you spend in the swimming pool? Because for everybody who doesn't know, Lucas is a professional or well almost a professional. Sorry, what do you call that? Water polo player. So he spends his evenings in the swimming pool, or used to. Yeah, yeah. Probably people like you need more sleep actually than just the average 8 hours that none of you get really.
I'm agree.
You agree? Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I used to do, as you know, I've told you a couple times. I used to do semi-professional sport. Yeah. I remember being very tired if I only slept 8 hours. Sometimes I would need 9 hours because my body was asking for it. I would wake up and I felt like I was like my grandfather, really, in how I moved so slowly, etc. And I had sore muscles everywhere until I could loosen up. Maybe it was an hour or so after I woken up. Anyway, so today what I thought we could do was because the whole point of this radio thing is to show the world how we have what sort of activities we've been doing and how online learning actually works. I wanted to do a debate. So let's see how it goes and if we can make sense about. Do you remember we wrote this essay? You guys wrote an essay on online learning, advantages and disadvantages. So I'd like to let's see if this works well. Who is up for online learning as a? I don't mean as a response to the coronavirus crisis. I mean as a general rule. Would you be up for online teaching? And I don't mean for good forever, like the face-to-face teaching gets replaced. I just mean, are you up for it as a method of learning or not? Absolutely against it?
Absolutely against it, but like
I think some people might prefer it and might work for them better. Like, for example, in Australia, where like there's a lot of people that have to be there and have the resources to talk through online learning. I would say Africa, but like they don't have the resources normally. So
Yeah. It depends on the resources. But why do you think of Australia?
because we read something about Australia that they have when there's Australia's big and there's like a huge part that it's just nothing and there's people living there
in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. You are right. You're absolutely right. So it might work for. I hadn't thought about it that way. Okay, so first things first. What I'd like to do is I'd like to separate you guys in two teams. So some of you, if you think you could defend online learning, please be on that team. And the rest of you, as you clearly pointed out, if you're against it, it will be easy for you to.
I think we are going to be everyone against Joao.
Yeah. Maybe probably.
Everybody against Joao. So if one of you could please, so I don't have to, pick point my finger at anybody. If one of you could go with Joao to his team, I think Carol also is on that side because she's saying yes with a condition.
For it, but I could defend it.
You could exactly. You don't agree, but you could defend it. Okay, I'm taking that as a yes.
She could defend it, but she's not here.
Two more people in Joao's team, and that will do. That will do it.
I can go with Joao.
Perfect. 3. One more. Hannah, I think it has your name. That vacancy.
Ooh. I want to fight against Joao.
Yeah, but everybody wants to fight against Joao. So Lucas, you are a good team player.
With who and when?
Very good. That's the spirit. With Joao, Carol, and Javi Morales.
Okay.
So there's the 4 of you against everyone else really, but I'm taking because Rodrigo doesn't really have a microphone. So we will do it like Rodrigo is also with Joao. Okay, Rodrigo, if you're listening to me. So we have on the one hand, Jano, Joao. No, sorry. Lucas, Joao, Carol, Javi, and Rodrigo. Pascu. Okay, you're one team, and you will be defending online learning. Okay. Now, Salma, Alice, Lucas, Jano, and Javi Calvo, you are against it. And I realize right now that I'm not counting Mati or Christina. Okay, you guys can pick one team or other, but because they have been balanced to 5 people and 5 people, please let's make it 6 and 6. So one of you, Mati, you spoke first. You choose.
I prefer going against.
Going against. So Christine, you are with you are on Joao's team. Okay. Now, so what we're going to do is, if someone from your team is speaking, rather than interrupting them, what we do is we use the chat to give them ideas. Okay, so everybody who's speaking has to have the chat open right in front of them. Okay, so that we can follow also the comments that people are giving us for one team or other. So if you see, let's say, for example, Lucas is trying to make an argument to defend online learning, obviously, and Rodrigo writes something and says, Lucas, remember this? Then you read that out loud. You say, also, as Rodrigo is here, is telling me here, blah, 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 okay? So that's the idea. Now, everybody who is writing messages in support of one team or other, please tag the person who you want to read your argument. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if Salma is on my team and she's speaking and I want to give her an argument, I write at, you know how to write at, yeah? It's this symbol. It's very new. They just created it this weekend. Anyway, you write at and the name of the person, and that way you'll be tagging them. I'm saying these things, I know they're very obvious, but anybody who is listening to us and doesn't know what we are looking at in our Microsoft Teams interface can only wonder what we're doing. Okay, so if we were in class, for anybody who's listening to us, the way we would do it is very easy. I would just take some knives from the kitchen. I would throw them in the middle of the classroom, and you would fight till
exactly
death.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why today there's only 12 of us. We used to be 22. Now we're down to 12. The best 12, obviously, the most intelligent when it comes to taking the knife very quickly and stabbing between the stomach and the heart.
Yes. A very effective method. Yeah.
This is obviously a joke, but it's also the reason why when YouTube asked me if the stream was for kids or not, I chose no,
No.
not for kids, because I really wanted to say whatever I came up with at any given time. So when you guys are ready, I think we should give the benefit of starting to make their case to Joao's and Lucas's group.
But first, can I comment something for
Sure.
the people that see this?
Yeah.
They are commenting in Spanish.
Who?
Look the stream. Fernando.
Oh,
González.
in YouTube. Yeah.
Yes, in YouTube.
There's nothing I can do really about that. But yeah, you are right. I wish people didn't do that.
You can deactivate the comments
No,
for
but I don't.
protection for
Listen.
minors.
Okay, but freedom of speech, right?
Yes,
I mean,
but we are minors, so
we are in
there's
Spain,
like
actually.
this thing that it protects minors. Like you deactivate the comments because there's minors included in the video.
Carol,
This is like in React.
you can leave if you want, Carol. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you are probably right, but like I said, I also want people to reach out and tell us how they're feeling. So I don't want to deactivate that. I think it would be very. I think it would be a shame. I'm just gonna ask people that relax it with the Spanish, but as Lucas says, but there's nothing we can do really. Yes, Javi.
That I think is good that for not be 10 people speaking at the same time, that we use the raise your hand button to if we want to talk.
Yeah, that's also yeah, that's also a nice thing. We can use that.
Say like, Lucas, you can talk. And things like that.
And who should do that? Who do you think should do that? Me?
You.
So,
Yes.
so I take it you are telling me how to do my job now.
Yes.
Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess everybody knows that teaching these days is just another type of business. So, taking into account that the customer is always right, and in this case, I think the customers are you guys, then I guess Lucas is right. I will do my job and tell people when they have to speak, if that's okay with you. So, anyway, let's, Lucas, do you care to begin?
I prefer if you begin.
Okay, Joao. Joao, are you there?
He's looking for gifts.
Really?
Look the chat.
Jesus. Okay, if not Joao, then someone else. Come on, let's give it rhythm.
Okay, I will start. So, to start defending the online education, I think the best part, and like me, my experience, the thing that becomes like my favorite one was the facilities I have to like do homework or study in this situation, because it's like, it is true that it's because I can go out because I was like in a jail, but I have all the day to do like a number of things. So like I start organizing myself, and I think that was good to me because I learned like to organize myself and to like have better times, do homeworks in a better way.
Mm-hmm. Would anyone care to? I think Hannah wants to respond.
Yeah, like we are talking about online learning in like a normal life.
Yeah,
we should do it. Like if you are in a jail, obviously you have time to do everything. But in a life where you can train, you can have time with your friends and things like that, it's the same. Like you have the same time in the school than at home.
No, because like I I take that example because was mine like in the situation we're having. But a normal online education, I think that is the best part, like to highlight it, because for me is like giving children the responsibilities, and like they have they can choose to do it or not to do it, but in their own they are learning like what is good and what is bad. Like you are giving them like independence to decide what they have to do or what not.
Well, at our ages, like it's the same at in baccalaureate, going or not to school. No,
What's your point there?
like you can decide if you go or not.
Because it's not mandatory education. That's a good point.
Yeah, yeah.
No
Like
one makes you go to school. Maybe your parents,
you
but
can feel
no.
pressure at home, but not the same at in La ESO or in other grades.
Mm-hmm. Matti, what do you think? Would you like to help Lucas here? Sorry, Christina. Actually, yeah, you're sorry. You're right. You're not on in that team. Christine, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. I think online classes have benefits because sometimes students might feel pressured being at school in class when a teacher is talking to them or asking them questions. Many people feel anxiety. So with online classes, that might not happen as often because you're not seeing face to face the teacher, and you're in your house, in maybe your room, so you're more comfortable. So.
But in real life, you can't be in the computer always. You have to feel the pressure and know, like, going out of that.
I think Alice was raising her hand.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, it's fine. It was at the same time.
I quite agree with what Hannah was saying, because the alternative to that is, imagine little kids, like primary students. They need to be with their classmates and with their teachers to make that experience. Like if they don't have any social skills growing up, what are they going to do when they have to live in a society?
I don't think primary kids have online classes, so that's first.
Yeah.
It's well, if I can throw some light on this discussion, on this point of the discussion, it is true that some or most kids in primary, from first to fourth grades, that is 5 years through 9, 10, is they didn't have lessons across Spain, I think, with some exceptions, and then they started having some lessons, but not like we do now. I think it's different, but that's beside the point, I think. Lucas, are you still raising your hand, or is it from last time?
I forget taking Audura.
Okay, Carol, what do you think?
I think the people that in the other side, like Hannah and Alice, are seeing this in the privileged way we live. Like we live in a place where we have everything so easy for us that everything comes to us so easy that going to classes, it's such normal thing for us. I don't know how to explain myself. Like
no, you're going well. That we are it's what you said earlier, I think,
going
about
to class is the only effort. It's an effort we do, but it's less effort than online class. In online class, we have to pay attention to when the class starts. We have to do all the work without any help or less help than in other places.
I agree with you completely.
I think that helps us to work more and to improve more our skills. And going to class and having the teacher always present for us, like pushing us, it helps. But in a way, online learning helps you learn about yourself and improve your own skills, your own working skills.
At your own pace. I agree with you absolutely 100%. And I think it also it depends obviously, and I'm sure that Hano and Salma and their team will say that it depends on the kind of student you are and how you
Yeah,
organize
yeah.
your work.
Yeah.
But it's true that in principle, what online learning has done is it has passed the ball, as we say in Spanish sometimes, to you, to the students, and it said, look, the teacher can only get to this point, so now it has to be you have to give me the other 50%. I am pointing you towards in the direction towards you have to go. Now you have to sit down, do the exercises, and be responsible. Really, come to class. I cannot really. I'm not going to call you specifically and say, hey, you have class. Remember, it has to be you who remembers to come. It has to be you who remembers to do the assignment, and so on. So I think
that's why I think that people don't like as much online learning, because it's more self work than other people's work. Like
absolutely.
going to class, presential class, is like they help you more or less. It's a routine, a better routine, you can say, for some people, lighter routine.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. Hannah, sorry, you were trying to respond. I think the type of student.
Yeah, like we have seen in these days that there is people that goes okay and is like having everything done, but there is not that people. Like is people that can't organize or is a disaster and doesn't do the work if you are not well the work for tomorrow, or you are late. Like is more responsible for people, and we are used to do something like, and if we don't do is the teacher saying always you can do it for tomorrow or you have a zero.
Yeah.
And that change is like from zero to everything.
Yeah. I think Lucas wants to say something.
Yes, like the thing Han was saying, I am agree with that, but like there are very different types of students, and you cannot like think only of that because of that student. Like it's true that if I am a teacher and I tell, please do this work, and if they know they don't have to prove me that work, they are not going to do it. But some people do it even if they have not to prove it. Like to their learn, like, no, is why we are here to learn. So do you have to think on people that they are how to say, taking into account the situation and like trying to continue learning, not even that.
Yeah, but it's also more difficult to pay attention in class. Like it's so easy to lose and not go to class another time. Like you still be in your world, you lose and you get in your world, and no one is going to say, hey, like it's very difficult to keep paying attention.
Yeah. And no one's gonna make you. No one's gonna go after you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it goes back to the same argument Carol was putting on the table. I think responsibility. If you are a responsible person, then online learning works just as well for you because it's all the explanations, all the exercises, all the answers to your questions, if you will. I think it depends on the teacher, obviously, but I think I was there. At least I can speak for myself. I was there even longer hours actually, because you can contact me at any time during the day, not just when we have class, and I'll answer. So you have all of that minus all the time we lose in class. Sometimes we waste in when we come back from the playground and I have to convince you to let me start my lesson. When somebody from another class comes in, when some teacher comes in to tell you, guys, remember that next week we're doing this or that, all those interruptions are eliminated, really. It's just you and your work, and however you wanna focus on that. Also, you know, if when you have 22 students learning at the same time the same thing, obviously there are 22 different paces, 22 different rhythms of learning. So putting that in the same room, the chances are you're going to get one person who gets the explanation in the first 10 seconds, then someone else is tired that day and needs a second or third explanation, then the first person who got it in the first place gets bored, so they start thinking about something else. Does this sound familiar to you?
I haven't touched you.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, maybe I made it a bit confusing. I was saying sometimes when you're in class and there is an explanation by the teacher, because someone doesn't understand it and you do, for example, you just lose interest because that person is asking for another explanation of the same thing. So you who understood it you lose interest. Let's say you start saying, oh, they're going to explain the same thing again, and so you start speaking to the person next to you, and you lose the next explanation, for example, because there are different rhythms at the same time.
Now the problem is no one asks.
Oh yeah, true that. No one asks, so no one. You don't know if they understood it. That's true. I agree with you 100% with that.
Yes, but the thing is that we're seeing this from the perspective that we have had presential classes where we are in class, like we had that other stuff, but that other way of learning, and we are used to that way of learning because we have done it all our life. But someone like the people who do online learning as their only method of learning, and that they only have done online learning, they're obviously gonna pay attention and they're gonna act as if it was their normal class. You know, it's not that we don't ask questions we don't ask questions because we are used to the teachers seeing our faces and saying like, okay, this person doesn't know anything, so I'm gonna ask the question. Like the teachers usually look for the question to be asked by them.
I know what you mean.
Right now, Ruben, you are the only one who has the camera on, but the people who do online learning as their only method of learning, they would have the camera on, so the teacher could see them. You know what I'm saying? And also the teacher who is teaching would be someone who is specialized in that type of teaching, online learning. You see.
Yeah, obviously, I agree with you in that we can improve certain things, and if we were to use this obviously was just an initial test, even if it was 3 months long, but it was an initial test on. It's the first time ever a teacher has had to adjust to online learning, and also the students have had to. You students have had to adjust to online learning on a daily basis. Because I for one, I have done a master's degree in a university, but it was online, or certain parts were online, and some of our lessons were online, etc. But you didn't have to be there at a specific time. You could just download the content, and obviously it's different because you're an adult, so the responsibility is 100% yours. If you you are paying, so if you wanna. But anyway, my point is that I don't know what my point was. Oh yeah, that for the next time we do this, if we're talking about should we do the point of the debate today is could we adopt online learning as one method maybe for certain times of the year, and well, I think Carol has a point in that. If we improved, if we specialized, if we teachers specialized in online learning, then we could improve it so much so that we could have the same benefits or almost the same benefits as we do in face-to-face learning. Javi has been wanting to speak
No,
for a while, I think.
what you said now, Ruben, I think that if that happens, if we normalize online classes, like the degree of the students is gonna get down because it's not the same. I mean, if you are in class in physical class, you pay much more attention than at home. And adding what Hano says before, if you had to, if you stand up at 9, you have class from 9 to 12, and sometimes we don't even have playground because we have 5 minutes, and that's even not playground.
Yeah.
And then you stop at 2, you eat, and now it's true that we are in phase 1, but but when we were in phase 0, we cannot get out. So it's like being from 9 to 10, making exercise, studying, and all that thing. And
Yeah, all day, all
that's
day.
not good.
Yeah, I remember you guys told me we're very tired. You have no idea what this is like. Teachers are sending loads of homework, and you don't realize that we don't have all day to do this. And you guys some of you spent all day doing them. And obviously, it's impossible for us to know whether or not our exercises were possibly done in under 1 hour or not. Salma. Or Mati.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi went out.
Ah, sorry. Then Salma first, then Mati.
Can you say again? Because I didn't.
I said, Salma, your turn to speak.
Oh.
No, you've been raising your hand for a while.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I feel like online school, like for people that don't normally go to school, like for real, it's not the same as what we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they technically recorded classes, don't actually like FaceTime.
Yeah.
I feel like that, for example, in physics or biology or other classes, if you record it and then you send it to us, I know that we're going to have questions, but then we could have like one FaceTime for just answering those questions. It would be more productive.
Mm-hmm.
Then I could see the lesson whenever I wanted, and it would be a more clearer explanation.
Yeah.
Because I feel that in FaceTime, you just get caught up and don't really get to explain everything that you want to explain.
Mm-hmm. That's very well said, I think. And in a way, you guys are we're finding in between points between the two teams. You guys, well, I have made you guys be in because Carol said. Carol is basically saying yes, online learning could be a method for the future, but we would have to specialize teachers in it. And what you're saying is a little similar to that. I think it's basically if we had more, let's say, more specific methodologies for every subject. Yeah, biology.
Yeah,
This
like
case you
I feel
mentioned.
that it wouldn't be so bad that it is right now.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that it's very bad right now, but like I have to admit that in some classes, like in 9 a.m. in physics, I don't understand anything.
Yeah. Obviously.
Because when I went to school, I just like with everybody, I was just like up, and with having the thought of the teacher is looking at me and he has to grade me for.
You sort of wake up, yeah.
Exactly. So it's easier like that. And right now, like I don't have that pressure, so I don't really.
I agree with you guys in that in one very important aspect. Online learning, the way it was understood before this, and that's the reason why this is not technically online learning. Well, it is because it's learning online, but it's also it's an in between. It's a monster It's a Frankenstein, let's say, teaching method between face-to-face learning and online learning. And the reason why I say that is because in online learning, the student chooses when they want to download the class, watch the explanation, for example, do the exercises, and then ask the questions.
Exactly.
So it goes back to where when we started the whole conversation. If you are a person who I know myself now, I know that it's just an example. I'm not like that, but I'm going back to what Hannah said. I don't work well at 9 a.m. I know that. I know my attention levels at 9 a.m. are not the best. So perhaps what I will take to understand and complete 1 or 2 hours in the morning, I might take 20 minutes in the evening. So if I am allowed the freedom to choose when I want to do those exercises, when I want to watch the class, etc., then maybe yeah, you are right. Maybe having the same, trying to maintain a timetable, the same timetable as if we were seeing each other every day in class, makes absolutely no sense because that's not online learning. But obviously, it was difficult for schools to design suddenly a new method in which, I think the fear or what most people were scared in schools was that if we just did that, if we went ahead and said, okay, they will be responsible, they will do the exercises. If we do that, and there's no, we never call each other, or just once a week, for example, that you guys, not you, but maybe other students would just get
Yep.
lost along the way. Is what
Yeah.
I think that's the fear. Sorry, Matty wanted to speak. Has been wanting to speak for a long time. So, Matty, and then Javi.
That I think that teachers don't receive enough feedback, and as they are not receiving, like, we are understanding everything, they send more work,
Yeah,
or as they record the classes, we sometimes don't pay attention that moment and say we will see it later, and then later we can't ask a question.
true. When you finally understand, oh, I got that bit, but then there's something else that this has triggered a question, but I can't do it now because now it's too late. Yeah, yeah. Now I understand. Javi, or is it from the
Yeah,
last
that
time? Ah,
I also that I want to say that in favor that the problem of these online classes is that we have never experienced this situation, so this is new for all of us.
mm-hmm.
But I think that if this happens another time, we wish that no, but if it happens another time, I think this will be better.
Yeah.
And also saying what Mati says, is also one fact that if the physics teacher sends me 3 exercises, the maths 3 exercise, the Spanish other 3 exercise, it's true that there are only 3 exercises for each lesson,
Assignment, yeah.
but are 12
Yeah,
per
exercises
day.
all in all. Some of them very difficult, some of them not, but obviously in the end, it's time that you have to invest in learning in general, and it makes you more and more tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hannah.
Like, is that what Javi says? Like, teachers think or said that they think in all assignatures,
Subjects.
in all subjects, but they are not. Like, they send everything and say, well, you have time, you don't have to go to train, you have not
Yeah.
friends with to go to, and those things, and you finally pass the day doing
Work
homework,
for school.
and you
Yeah.
feel stressed. And
Mhm.
also about something Carol said before, like, she said something that the people that is not used to go to school in present or can't do that, but the problem we are used to do.
Going to school, yeah.
Yeah.
So might it be, let me ask a question, a final question here. Might it be that you guys are too old to adjust to online learning?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. But I mean,
We are very used to the past.
yeah.
I think we adjust to online learning, but we are now bored about it.
So you think, hello, Aitana, by the way. So you think, so your opinion is that you have got used to online learning over time.
Yes,
And in fact, I
I
have to
also
say,
think,
what? Sorry, say again.
I also think that teachers and us, we are not organizing as we
As well
because the situation has been like a surprise. You now have to adapt to this, and maybe a math teacher and chemistry teacher put a exam the same day because they didn't organize, but because this is new for everybody. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
blaming
that's
you.
more or less what we are agreeing on, I think. I was hoping, like I said, I was hoping for bloodshed in this debate. I was thinking that there would be shouting, some people would cry, or leave the call, threatening us, threatening to kill us or something. But you guys have all been very, very polite with each other, which is very nice.
Why would we do that?
Because it's what we have been working on for the whole term, getting you angry in the
we were
drama
about to do that,
club.
If we added like
but
just 5 minutes, it would have ended like that.
The thing is that Mati cannot throw pens at people, so she's not as aggressive.
Yes, but that's why we made teams, so that people that are not aggressive enough can rely on other teammates to be aggressive for them. You guys don't know what teamwork is. Teamwork is all about when I am tired of hitting someone, then someone can take my place and start hitting them for me.
But Ruben,
right?
Isn't this like a debate and not a fight?
All right. I also have problems separating one and the other. No, jokes aside, I was trying to finish up because we're running out of time. But Jano, if you will, because you raised your hand, if you will, only if you want to.
Sorry.
Oh, you didn't want to raise your hand?
No.
Oh, sorry.
The one before.
So Alice, you haven't spoken much eventually. So could you please make like a final conclusion statement of this debate that we've had, not with your opinion only, with what everything that has been said, with everything that you remember that has been said.
Sure. I think in conclusion we can all agree that online learning, though it can be a drag sometimes, could be useful if we had if teachers and students knew how to work it out, and maybe teachers had already learned how to do this.
Yeah.
And basically that, right?
Yeah, that is very right to say, and I think everyone can agree with that. Right, guys, thank you very much for joining me today. I hope to see you on Wednesday, and because we don't really have a lesson tomorrow, goodbye 8 o'clock lessons, really. Thanks for that, I guess most of you are saying. Because we don't have a lesson tomorrow as we used to, is what I'm trying to say to an audience who doesn't understand our inside jokes. We used to have a lesson at 8 on Tuesdays back in the day before the quarantine, in the time before the quarantine. But now that we don't, we see we say goodbye on Mondays, and we say hello again on Wednesdays at 9. So that complicated time, and we'll figure out next Wednesday whether or not some of you are a morning person or not, really, depending on how many of you come to help me on the show. So like I said, thank you very much for joining me. If I don't see you tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed, you'll be listening to us at some point during the day. if any of you want to participate, as you know, you can reach out. Alice, Lucas, I'm counting on you guys. And if you have any ideas for the show or anything, you know where to find me. Okay, so thank you very much for that debate, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Bye.
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 December.
Right, that was it for first of baccalaureate. We have reached the end, sadly, of our first ever show this season. Obviously, I'm gonna say thanks to Nothing Good again because they have provided us with a soundtrack for the show, and because it couldn't be any other way, I'm going to say goodbye with one of the songs from the latest album, Nothing Good. This is I'm Stupid. We'll see you guys tomorrow again. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Bye for now.
Baby, please look at me. I know that what I did wasn't good. Please, baby, give me an opportunity. Let's give me an opportunity. I don't want to remember what I did. Now I have changed. I don't know what is happening. But give me an opportunity. You said that you believe me. Now you are ignoring me. Honey, do you remember? Do you remember when it was you? Oh, baby, kill me. I don't know what is happening. Give me an opportunity. You said that you believe me, and now you are ignoring me. Baby, it bothers me. Give me an opportunity, baby. You know that I'm in sympathy, baby. You know that I'm in sympathy. I don't know what is happening. Give me an opportunity. You say that you belong to me. Now you are ignoring me.